tragic situation. And I don't wish harm or I don't wish ill will on anybody because that's not what good people do. Good people are not sitting up here wishing on the demise of another group of people. We're not doing that. We're not wishing the demise on a nationality, on an ethnic group or anything like that. So we don't have to do that. There's children out there, there's elderly out there. I hope that they all make it. I hope that there's not um uh um nothing terrible going on. It's a tragic situation. It really is. Because I recently watched the movie or a documentary series about the New Orleans hurricane, the
Katrina,
Katrina. Yeah, Hurricane
I was
Katrina.
here.
Tragic situation. Heartbreaking situation. I knew about it, but that was before the internet. You know what I'm saying? So seeing a documentary, it is actually very heartbreaking. Almost brought you to tears. How heartbreaking that was. It's hard to watch. So I can just imagine how difficult it is. So there's a level of sympathy there. I don't want them to go through any hardship. So I was kind of sitting back. I wasn't laughing or plotting or anything, or I wasn't laughing at their demise. Now, I have a couple of questions, right? I have a couple of questions about it because I've sat back and I've been watching the reaction, and I saw that Pan Africanist, the ones who come in our live and talk about how we need to be unified with Africa and we need to be all together and we can't do anything if we're separated and we all have to look out for each other and they call us divisive. I noticed that Pan Africanists didn't really do too much to spread awareness of the Category 5 hurricane. There's been a couple of videos from Jamaicans in particular talking about it beforehand, but once it was officially announced that there was going to be a Category 5 hurricane, I didn't really see too many people like, guys, it's a Category 5 hurricane. We got to do something. We got to help. We got to help. I'll see more people. Now, it could be my algorithm, so that's why I'm asking a question, just in case you guys maybe have seen anything differently. I've seen more people talk about the food stamps. I've seen more people talk about how we ain't getting food stamps than I've seen people try to spread awareness to a Category 5 hurricane, try to send resources down there. You got people who stuck down there. Now the flights are going up like $500 extra per flight. People can't escape. People don't have no resources, no money, and stuff like that. I don't see no organizations like that, no Pan-African organizations like trying to send resources down there. Like, I don't know if you could Zelle no money or send no money out there. Now, it could be me, but that's what I've seen. I haven't seen that. Now, what's interesting, though, is that what I have seen, because that's my thing about where's the Pan-Africans, that's part one. Part two is what I have seen is that during the Category 5 hurricane, there was some tourists that were complaining about their resort stay. They were complaining about the quality of the food. They were complaining about the portions of the food. They were complaining about their resort stay. And a whole lot of Jamaicans, they were making video after video after video. They was all like, see, that's what's wrong with Americans. Americans, y'all so entitled. Y'all so ungrateful. Y'all so disrespectful. And they were singling us out. They were singling out foundational black Americans, despite the fact that there was also white people there, white tea people there, and we're making the same exact complaints. But no, 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 no. Foundational black Americans are the ones who got singled out in that situation. I was like, okay, okay. Now, when I first looked at it, I was all like, I think that the Jamaicans are reaching a little bit, but I don't see why anybody would be making these kind of self-centered complaints during a Category 5 hurricane. It does seem a little immature for you to complain about not eating a five-star steak during a hurricane. It does seem a little bit immature and self-centered right now. And then turns out that the people who were making these videos or who were making the videos complaining about the resort stay were actually not black American. They weren't even FBA. And when it was discovered that they weren't FBA, I didn't see them make an apology or anything like that. It's like the Jamaicans that I've seen, they jumped out the window. They was all like, oh, finally an opportunity to get them. And they missed. They missed because it wasn't us. They missed. And instead of being all like, hey, my fault, I'm not trying to start no diaspora war, the diaspora war that they claim we're always starting, because the way they were talking, nobody checked them about that, right? Nobody said anything about that. Where the Pan-Africanists didn't say anything about, hey, I know you guys are mad, but let's not talk to our Black American brothers and sisters like that. Did that happen?
Nope.
Did that happen? No, come on. Did the Pan Africans say, hey, I know you guys are upset. I know you guys are mad. There were lives made about it. I know you guys are upset and mad, but, why are you guys talking to Black Americans like that? So that's my question. And my question to that is, why is it that way? Why is it that way? And I think that this situation, as tragic as it is, and as much as I don't want this to be the case, because I really don't, and I'm speaking for myself 100%. I'm not speaking. I don't care what y'all heard and nobody else's live. I'm speaking for myself. I don't wish this on them, and I hope that they make it through. Okay, but my thing is that I can't help but notice a lot of the hypocrisy going on with the diaspora. The ones who are always claiming that we're being divisive and xenophobic, I'm seeing the same divisive and xenophobic practices um among them. So what's going on? That's my question. All right. There's a little background noise, so if everybody can stay on their mic, because there's like a little background noise we got going on. So I need everybody to stay on their mic. All right. So that's my question. ZZ, have you seen anything? Because some people in the chat room are saying, "Oh, it's just your algorithm. It's just your algorithm." So it may be. ZZ, have you seen anything different?
Oh no, I've definitely seen a few videos. Actually, this is what I was talking about last night on live. Yeah, it's a lot of videos. You know, it's funny. Them damn black Brits, they stay up in somebody else's business. It was actually a couple black Brits that was reacting to it too.
Mm,
So yeah, it's for sure a lot of non-FBAs that was complaining specifically about foundational Black Americans. But you're right, there were some YTs out there that were non-FBAs. One of the most prominent videos that went viral, people thought it was a FBA, and she ended up being from Bermuda. So clearly, there was just like a intentional. Um, there was some intentionality behind trying to highlight foundational Black Americans complaining specifically. But my
mm,
thing is, nigga, we in a hurricane, on an island that I'm not from. I'm on a resort where the power is out. I mean, some of the resorts had generators, but some of them the Wi-Fi was out, the power was out. I'm surrounded around a bunch of people I don't know. These people are telling me that they trying to tax me $1,000 or $700 a day more to stay here when I'm not even trying to be here. Some of these people are literally lying, holding them hostage, because they was lying to them, saying that they couldn't fly out from Kingston. And Kingston, there was certain parts of Kingston that was fine. So people, one of the videos I reacted to last night, a sister had to end up paying. She had to pay somebody $100 to use their Wi-Fi. Paid another brother to get them to drive them to Kingston so they could fly out. And just money on money on money on money being spent. Okay, now I get desperate time comes for desperate calls for desperate measures, but yeah, some of these niggas was scamming. Okay, so yes, I'm on the motherfucking internet complaining. I didn't even have a problem for real with FBA's complaining, because yes, that's a hell of an inconvenience. I just spent thousands of dollars on this damn resort. They trying to tax me more money to stay on this damn resort. Like, yes, I'm hot. I ain't got no damn food. I'm around a bunch of people I don't know that speak a different dialect in English. I don't know patois. My nigga, I'm complaining. Yes, I did not have a problem with that, to be honest. Especially because a lot of FBAs, yeah, we might complain, but we still gonna get shit done. The sister I reacted to last night, she was helping the staff. Her and her family was helping the staff get things together in the hotel, help the other people that was in the hotel as well, help the staff get the stuff in the hotel together. So, and they still ended up having to pay one of the workers to take them to Kingston so they could fly out. So I'm not like, for the highlight to be that, and not the fact that they are just as much in a bad predicament as the people out there. Like, bro, and then they shut down the damn airport. Like, it was a lot. It was a lot. So I really wasn't even tripping off some of the FBAs that I did see complaining. Especially again, because although we complain, we still gonna get shit done. It's not like we complaining and we like, oh, you damn Jamaicans, this all y'all fault. No, we just complaining because this is an egregious predicament. This is outrageous. So yeah, no, I would, but I did see the commentary. I think it's some anti-blackness within that for sure.
Hmm. And yeah, I mean, let's be honest. In those videos that you're just expressing, that didn't um that didn't really go viral or reach the algorithm like that. They're not talking about both sides of the equation. They're not saying that. Now, the people that, like you said, the woman that went the most viral or whatever, she's not even FBA. And then in the situation, you got people who are price gouging, which is what they're doing. They're price gouging on Americans because they figure like, well, Americans have more money. They have the money, so we're gonna charge them left and right. We're gonna tax them to 1,000 for any and everything. They're price gouging, and where's that being discussed?
Yeah, and I know some of the people that were saying like, "Oh, well, the Jamaicans they don't own the hotels and da da da," which is true. You know, a lot of Jamaicans out there don't own the hotels, but again, even some of the things that was happening within the hotel, because the sister was saying like, "Yeah, you know, shout out." She actually shouted out. It was an FBA sister who shouted out some of the staff workers because some of them risked their jobs trying to help some of the people on the resort do things to get them resources or to get them to Kingston, get them wherever they needed to go. In order to help them. But again, you know, like I said, there's a level of on coldness. You know, I get risking your job, but it's a disaster. So yeah, you can look out. There's certain things you can do, certain moves you can make. Again, shout out to the brother who ended up driving that sister to what you call it. Even she had to pay him. So yeah, you know, hundreds thousands of dollars being spent, and you've already spent $1,000 going out there. And again, I said this last night, baby. A lot of these resorts ain't even worth the $1,000 you putting into them. This is not an American resort. It's not the same. Okay. So a lot of these resorts have a lot of problems, a lot of issues. You're not even getting your $1,000 worth of money. Let's just be real. You get watered down drinks. You getting. I done been to plenty of resorts outside of the country, and none of them joints are the same as here. Let me just say that. So yeah, then you want me to spend another $1,700, all this stuff, man. All I'm saying is the complaining should have been the least of their damn worries. It's a lot more issues they got to worry about. That's egregious.
Can I say something real
Um,
quick?
No, hold
if
on.
I
We're
could
gonna
say,
set the decorum real quick, and then we're gonna get to the speakers.
You
Cause
know what I want to say?
TikTok be funny, so let's set the
Yeah, they
decorum.
should do. I want to say to both FBA and the Caribbean, and I see some Africans coming in here, and Africans ain't on the prompt. That's Pan African. Pan Africans aren't African. Um, Respectful, please. Respectful. If the comment is too annoying, I'm going to mute you. No capital letters and no spamming with the same comment. I read them the first time. Okay? Thank you.
No baby. We'll get with no baby, and then we'll go to delineationist. And if y'all disagree, y'all can come up. This isn't a thing where we don't allow people who disagree to come up. If y'all disagree with anything that is said, y'all feel free to come up. Okay.
Afra, I know they could disagree, but what about with all the icons, the raccoon icons saying massa, stuff like that? Can
Now,
I just bounce them?
if they're saying stuff like that, that's more than a disagreement. That's really a troll. So
Bounce them?
you can mute
Hey,
them.
I
That's
am
okay, I muted them. Thank you.
I am African American, and the part says Jamaicans. Where are Pan Africans? Are people reaching to blame on Black Americans? Um, I think so. I think this has gone beyond just a hurricane. I think you already kind of touched it a little bit. Um, And I think people who are not even Jamaican are jumping in and giving the opportunity to just bash Black Americans. I think everybody has common sense, and even Jamaicans definitely have common sense. Where they even this creator I was under, um, this live that I was under, she even admitted she was Jamaican. She's one of those who kind of African Americans, blah 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 blah, going off on us about the Caribbean. But people's like, you know what? It wasn't even just us doing this. So yeah, it was some other people doing it too, and it wasn't all. It was a few African Americans. Everybody's like, why are you just talking about us then? If you know it's a few African Americans, because we bring most views. We bring the most follows. We bring the most views on this app. You hate on us. You can talk about us positive. You can hate on us. You tell us you love us or you hate us. I'm sorry. TikTok is and people say America's at the center of the universe, but yes, we are. You talk about us constantly. Not only talk about USA, you talk about Black Americans constantly. If you look on this app, mostly I keep scrolling. Maybe it's my For You page or my lives. We always get jumped in some type of conversation with Latinos or British people or African people. We are, yes, we are the center, and like it or not. And my thing is, I was reading some of the comments. Somebody said, "Well, why don't y'all talk about black on black crime?" Some Africans writing this. I think he was trolling, honestly. Why don't y'all talk on? First of all, Africans cannot say shit. Okay, first of all, you everywhere but Africa. All right. And so it's like you cannot even throw rocks at African Americans. You live in a glass house. It's too much going on in many of your countries. And so even with Jamaica, it has lost its plot. It has lost the plot where it really should be about how the resorts are treating the tourists. That's where the finger should be pointing at, and how like it is a little biased. And I keep asking people how are African Americans acting superior? Well, they're complaining. That's not acting superior. They're getting overcharged. And y'all being very petty about picking. Yes, everybody feels sorry about what's going on in Jamaica, but you're making it really hard for us to see the bigger plot here. You complain. You said we're complaining, but y'all low key being trying to be bullies. It's like, and we don't wrong people to try to bully. And my thing is, y'all being petty, y'all get angry when we complain about something we paying for and being overcharged. And somebody said we're lying about that. I have seen numerous videos of people being overcharged, even with drinks they get. Yes, it is a tragedy. It is a hurricane. We know this. America's used to that. We know it. We know it. But the thing is, people are still getting charged for their rooms. People are still have to work. Nobody's doing this for free. And that's what people don't understand. So anybody who's going to fingers should be pointed at on the resorts and revert back to the actual plot. Revert back. And y'all so concerned, once y'all get on create y'all videos, once y'all start, y'all don't care, y'all just want to bash Black Americans. If y'all was so concerned about Jamaica, start videos about how we can fund a hurricane. Start talking about how we can get Jamaica help. You know what I'm saying? To even stop all this hate. And I'm so blessed. I'm so happy I heard one Jamaican guy. Out of all this, I just dropped. I wish his video go viral. I don't know where he was at. He checked his own people. He said, you know what? Y'all need to get off TikTok. He told his own people, he said, Jamaicans, please get off TikTok. He said, what y'all doing right now is going back and forth. You're trying to create division with African Americans. This is nothing but, he said, y'all not talking about the hurricane. He said, what are y'all doing? He said, it has nothing to do, this argument, this petty stuff has nothing to do with y'all. We need to help our people. And that's exactly what this conversation needs to be talked about. But no, I mean, he's the only Jamaican who I've seen even mention this, but these creators know that they'll get more views talking nasty and hateful about, and they're not even in Jamaica. That's the only thing. You're not even there. The ones who are talking the most hate are not even in Jamaica. The most views talking about.
What happened?
You went mute. You muted. No, no, baby. I
Might
think
be.
that means November, baby.
No, no, baby. I wanted to say something about what you were saying. Okay.
Maybe it's for service, yeah, because her mic is still on.
Yeah, her mic was kind of. It seemed like she was driving or something a little low before. She dropped out. She might come back. Okay, let me say this. Let me say this for future references. I get because I've seen the videos that they're making. They're saying the word African American, but African American is too vague. Historically, we have been referred to as African American. Okay, and there's history to that. But as of right now, it's too vague. So therefore, it opens the door for people outside of the lineage to come and co-opt it. All right. You have people. I've literally seen magazines calling Obama an African American, even though he has no ties to the lineage at all. People have referred to of Kamala Harris, as an African American. You know what I'm saying? Um, and they're making it seem as if we're all like, when you hear the word or term rather African American, you automatically assume us because that's the term that historically we've been categorized as. All right. And now you have people being all like, well, technically, I'm a first generation African American, and that's very vague because it kind of is, it's not even vague, it's a little deceptive, honestly. Now I think she's probably FBA, just using African American. I'm gonna assume that based off of the rest of what she had to say. But let's be more specific. So that's why I say, okay, well, let's use FBA, which is the most solid term, or another term that's a lineage identifier, even if you want to say Black American, but FBA would be preferred. Okay, because that's super specific.
I understand Afro. So when I set the decorum for the room and I say African American, I attach it to myself and to the lineage, really,
Hmm.
because my granny, when I had to do my genealogy and I got her unaliving certificate, she was listed as African American. She ain't never said she was African American. When she transitioned, it wasn't under African American, right? We won't find African American on any census, but as a journalist, when I'm researching to find
Hmm.
out Booker T. Washington information, he's listed as an African American. So my mindset is that we can't let them have it. Like we just
Oh
can't
yes.
let them, right? Because our elders and our ancestors are classified under that. Now we are actively fighting to change that, but until then, I'm gonna stand on African
Yeah, we should
Americans so
definitely
that they
gatekeep it.
don't. Yeah, we got to
We should
gatekeep it and
we
get it out of
look.
use.
I feel like if we when we gatekeep it, if we socially stop using that, which we are for the most part, if we
Right.
gatekeep it and then socially kind of not just retire it, if we socially retire that term, people are going to stop referring to themselves as that, because people only do what we do because we make everything cool or not. So if we
Yeah,
make
right.
if we make African American a retired term, just like our slang, people gonna stop using it. So, and I'm already seeing that. And the only people who are using African American, or clinging on to it rather, are people who are deliberately trying to co-opt, or to allow deceptive language in there. All right. So we just gotta retire it. But we got a lot of people on here, so let's get to delineationist.
Hey, what's up, everybody? What up, Afro? What up, Sister ZZ and BX?
What's the
Hope
word?
you guys are having a great day. I like the topic as always. Salute to you on the topic. I'm a Negro American, Black American on both sides. If you get what I mean, that means my parents all the way up to my grandparents, all 8 sides to be exact. So we won't get to this topic. Where are the Pan Africanists at, right? Where's your Dr. Umar's at, Dr. Moise Watkins, whole list of these guys, Dr. Smalls, because this is how I know that Pan Africanism is an extension of white tea supremacy, because they always use them to beat down on us when we advocate for ourselves, when we stand on principles from here in the United States. That's when you see the Pan Africans coming out with their flags, telling us what we can and cannot say, and all that other goofy stuff, right? This is how I know that they are a puppet of white tea supremacy, because they only pop up when we start talking about reparations. They come out popping up talking about all everybody need reparations. All black folks need reparations. So this is how I know it's an extension of white tea supremacy. Are people reaching out to blame on black Americans because they again they want to uphold the system of white tea supremacy. That's why they boo-booing on us, disrespecting us, blaming us for something that we didn't even do. But yet still they want to come to the United States and ask for a handout and a bailout from Red Cross and all these other nonprofits, right? And it gets disgusting that we can't, during Katrina, because I was around at that time. I was like 18, 19. I was running around. I was a little bit younger, like around y'all age, right? And maybe a little less, a little older. But I didn't see no FEMA truck come out and help our people out. I didn't see no nonprofit organizations come out and help those brothers and sisters. All right. But yet still they feel like they're more privileged than the black American people here in the United States on this soil when we have our catastrophe. And then I'm going to double down on that talking point, right? When you Google any of the catastrophes, such as Mississippi water crisis, Flint, Hurricane Katrina, Let's go. The Buffalo shooting. Buffalo unaliving. My bad. You guys know what I'm talking about, right? You go through and pull that. Now, one of these Pan-African organizations helped out because I did the research on that just for blanks and giggles, just to see are these panties waving their little red, black, and green flags? Are they really donating to the cause? Are they really supporting the cause and actually pushing that real Pan-Africanism and really helping people all across the globe? Or is this just one-way extraction of wealth from Black Americans to give to the rest of the people because they too afraid to ask their oppressors that oppress them? And that's what I see the Pan-Africanism. It's a scam. It is a scam that is used to extract wealth from our community because they too coward and too chicken to get reparations and restitutions from the nations that oppress them. Yeah, you heard it first from the Negro. You heard it first from delineationists. They're scam artists, they're rip-off artists, and I'll even double down on it even more, that they were out here trying to capitalize during a crisis, ripping people off. No different from any type of Black American person who visited raggedy countries. They out here ripping them off every single time. So no, I don't feel no type of way. I don't feel no shame for them. They got a hashtag hold they own. That's what they need to do. Hold they own. We hold ours. We got an anchor here in America. So don't worry about us. They need to be worrying about themselves. So that's what I really wanted to check in about, because it really bothers me that they could talk in a day in and day out about FBA and all these other lineage-based people or whatever, however we want to identify, right? We know who we are, right? But they running their mouth constantly on TikTok, constantly on X. But not one of them talked about, hey, this is where we running the donation drive. Hey, this is how we're going to get our brothers and sisters back in and out the country to make sure that they're all right. Hey, this is how we're doing to make sure we make ends meet. I never heard not one grassroots organization currently as we on this live right now. Now, one grassroots organization saying what's up and actually doing something for the empowerment of Jamaican people. So this is how I know they are an extension of white tea supremacy, and that's what they are on the bottom of the soles of our feet. They look white to me, and I'm standing on that. Peace out, brother. Thank you for allowing me to speak on this.
Peace out. Can I just interject? And I hate when I gotta take up for the Pan Africans, but I mean Black American. Mute up, Navy. This is important. So the Pan Africans of yesterday aren't the Pan Africans of today. When Flint happened, this is just for your information, right? If you hashtag Philly to Flint, Philly were boots on the ground driving trucks to Flint, and then the celebrities came in like sharing stuff and took over. So there were Pan-Africans that did help Flint. Also, in New York, we have a Pan-African brother who opened up 2 schools in his home around the same time Dr. Umar started collecting money. Now, the Pan-Africans that are really on business, and although it's racial, they're just not online. They're not these folks, these broke down folks that we see. And they actually boycotted Chipotle's, protested in Harlem because Chipotle wouldn't close down for Malcolm X's birthday. Meaning the community, the business owners who comes into a certain area in Harlem has to shut down on Malcolm's birthday. It's an agreement. And Chipotle felt like they weren't going to do it. So the Pan-Africans were out there protesting that to protect the integrity of Malcolm X's birthday. But other than that, I'm with you, brother. I just wanted to shout out those guys who really.
Wait, can I chime in and respond to that? Just
Sure.
Because those are Black Americans, right?
Yeah,
You got to
that's
be
what I
honest
said.
about that. Those are no.
Yeah.
So I'm talking about the rest of the diaspora when I'm making those conversations, those talking points. Yeah, we're gonna have Black people with different ideologies. I'm not talking about Black Americans, Sister BX. I'm specifically talking about the diaspora who quote unquote say that they are repping the Pan-African flag. Right? That's what I'm talking about here when I make that position. I ain't never seen not one of them donated to Flint. That's what I'm talking about, not our people. I know who our people are who might practice Pan-Africanism and all that good stuff. That's cool and fine and dandy. We're specifically talking about the diaspora and their relationship with us.
Well, yeah, we got to make sure we get to everybody. We have to make sure we get to everybody. But I do want to actually, and I know you guys have been waiting, and I appreciate your patience, and I promise we will get to you. But I want to get to Navy. Navy, you've been in the chat room disagreeing, so now you can come up and state your disagreement. I assume you might be Jamaican. Am I correct?
I am. I'm a Jamaican international student currently studying in the US, right?
Okay. How long have you been in the U.S.?
for the past 4 months. I'm a freshman at Harvard. So I'm a freshman at Harvard.
All right.
And so I see that people are getting it twisted. The only reasons why the Jamaicans started to get mad is because these people were making videos getting mad at the resource workers. I understand that you paid your money, you expected to get a 5-star treatment, but also you knew that it was going to be a category 5 hurricane because we were on standby for like what, for more than 10 days out before the hurricane. So majority of the people who went to Jamaica, they knew it was going to be a hurricane. I think because Jamaica has a history of like every time there's a tropical storm in the ocean, it doesn't normally directly hit us. We might get like the feeds off of it, right? Now, when it comes on to the organization, the majority of help that Jamaicans are getting are from like the UK and other countries that we have shown our diplomacy to. We have gotten help from the Trump administration because we my prime minister has developed a our prime minister has developed a strong connection with the United States Secretary Mark Rubio and the UK. Jamaica used to be a colony of the UK, and they have helped many organizations around the world. They have helped the Jamaican people because, the people, um, Jamaican people are very loved around the world. As it comes on, as it comes on to what is going the diaspora war, what is going on, the people were just angry because people were being ignorant. I saw a video of a girl saying, oh my god, I don't have any liquor, I don't have, like, what? It's a category 5 hurricane. Many people don't have homes. Majority of the workers that work in these resorts and hotels, they live in Western Jamaica. That is directly where the hurricane hit. So people are angry. People don't know where their families are. People don't know where um how are they going to go home after leave the resources. They don't have homes or anything. So that's just a big deal. I don't get why some people are taking it out of context, saying, oh, nobody should ask for help from this and that. If you want to give, you can give. That is just out the kindness of your heart. If you're going to defend your people, just defend your people. it,
Thank
it
you.
ain't gotta be any it ain't gotta be this
Get
big
ready to land,
hullabaloo
please.
about lineage and all of that, because
Okay, thank you.
it's
Get
just
ready
this
to
Oh,
simple.
land.
okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Here's how we're gonna handle the situation. Okay. Here's how we're gonna handle the situation. You said you've been here for 4 months. You're an exchange student, so I want you to
International student. I'm an
international student, right? So you're young. So I want you to listen, okay? Because maybe you're making a lot of assumptions, and I want you to listen. And we're being very fair and mature to you. Now, Jamaica might have known that there was a Category 5 hurricane on the horizon 10 days prior. That was not announced in America. So you're
Yes,
making
it
us.
was.
Oh,
Fox
no,
News.
no,
No,
ma'am, no. It
Fox
was
News
no,
was.
Oh,
ma'am. Now I let you speak. Now we're not gonna do that, okay?
Afro.
Because if I have to snap off, I'm going to do it. Now, I'm not trying to jump to that, but it will happen. All right. So don't make so listen. That was not announced 10 days prior that there was a guaranteed Category 5 hurricane. This is Jamaica's first Category 5 hurricane. So it's not like people are used to this anyway. And if that was the case, if it was an automatic guarantee 10 days prior that there was going to be a Category 5 hurricane, what should have happened is that the flight should have been canceled and the resort should have refunded people their money. But they do have, and I want you to take in what I'm saying. I know this is personal, all right, but take in what I'm saying. If that happened and you still allow people to come to the country, even though like we gotta hold them accountable too. Even though you know that there's gonna be a Category 5 hurricane that's gonna hit the island, and you still bring people over there, and you still have people set up in your resort, right? Then you need to be held accountable for allowing people to come in that way. So now you can't sit up there and be all like, "Why are you guys complaining? You took their money." Like, and let's be accountable and mature. If you're gonna take their money, hold on, and somebody saying I'm being personal or whatever. Somebody, no, no. If you're gonna take somebody's money and then they have a complaint about them not getting the services or whatever, and then there is room for that. It's not as if the resort people, it's not as if the tourists rather were out there beating the staff up. I can see if the tourists were out there abusing the staff and pushing the staff down the stairs and beating the staff up. There were complaints made. Yes, there were. There were complaints made, but it's not like somebody said, "Okay, we're Americans, so now we're going to have this dictatorship. Now we're going to rule over Jamaica and seize the opportunity for you guys having a Category 5 hurricane." That's not what happened, you know. But that's what based off of the videos is being made seem like it happened. And what we're saying is that if you guys are upset and you guys take it personally, I can understand that. But what I don't understand is why there's a particular pinpoint on foundational Black Americans, because the other people who were complaining, all of the YT people who were complaining, all of the people that you guys could easily tell were not FBA who were complaining were not in your videos. You all omitted them from your videos, and you guys pinpointed and highlighted foundational Black Americans as if we were the only ones making complaints. And the video that was the most stitched video, that people were saying, oh, Americans are so ungrateful, so entitled, so this and that. She wasn't even a Black American. She was something else. I forget exactly where she was from, but she was something else. Bermuda. She was something else. So
Can
this
I
is
say
what we're
this,
saying.
Michael?
This is what we're saying about Bermuda. Thank you guys. This is what we're saying about the way Jamaicans are responding to the situation. And then when there's cause y'all, there's been a few, y'all been dissing, throwing crazy shade. And I'm not saying you, but I'm saying there's been Jamaicans who've been doing that. And then when we have a clap back for it, because we're not just going to let y'all diss us unwarrantedly and we don't deserve it. So then when we have a clap back, y'all be all like, look how xenophobic they're being. Look how hateful they are. No, it's not that. Okay? So there does need to be room for some accountability, though.
Right, and I want to announce, I double checked what she was saying. So, Feds announced $7 million for Hurricane Melissa relief in Caribbean countries. Okay, and I also went to Jamaica for 14 days. You don't know how long those Black Americans were there. And like he said, the lady that made the video or was complaining to staff was not a Black American. But y'all took the opportunity to disparage us. So that's all I want to say. So let's not
No.
act like America didn't jump into action for you guys.
Well, I did say that it's diplomacy. The Jamaican government, American government has a international diplomacy agreement, so they will help. The U.S. aid will help. I said that, and I don't understand why the comments are saying, "Oh, people are leeching off American education." I pay almost
Okay,
$100K
the
to be
comments,
here.
we're having a conversation about a subject, so the comments are going to
No,
say
but
something.
why are they
But
being
hold on.
rude?
Okay, hold on. We the comments, because the thing is that when speakers start to focus on the comments, then the conversation gets derailed. So I would like for us to stay on the subject. You know, I don't see the comments, but I'm not condoning. I'm not approving or condoning or condemning the comments. I'm just going to say let's stay on the subject, because easily we've had so many lives where one comment gets the whole thing derailed. So let's focus on the subject. But you get where we're coming from, right? And then we're going to move on to the other speakers.
Yeah, I get it, but I'm saying that also, I don't know, you guys maybe not know, but the majority of the hurricane news was coming from America, because Fox News and all of them, they went to Jamaica prior to the storm becoming a Category 5 hurricane. So the American news stations, they really covered the hurricane. Even Jamaicans were cussing them, saying, please leave our land and stop exaggerating what is going to happen. So yeah,
Okay, so
and
you're saying the American, because there has been, you're saying that American news stations were there during the hurricane? Because I've seen them there
yeah,
during the hurricane.
yeah, they were there before and during the hurricane.
Okay, before and during the hurricane. But what you said before is that you made the assumption that all of the tourists knew that there was going to be a Category 5 hurricane before they came to Jamaica. You know, and there are some
Well,
people like BX said, there are some people who spend a couple weeks on vacation. So they might have been there before it was a guarantee. And what I've seen from, and I've been watching it, from what I've seen is that it was a lot of people who were, because a lot of people don't have a guaranteed no for a fact. There are some channels that make assumptions and some channels that say it is going to happen. There are hurricanes that miss islands and that miss locations.
yeah,
And I'm giving you an example
but
because in New Orleans, when
but
we had to deal
also
with, hold on, man, in New Orleans, when we had to deal with Hurricane Katrina, some people were saying that the hurricane was going to miss. And then some people are saying, no, it is going to hit. So there's a lot of back and forth. There's a lot of confusion that's going on. So you can't make the assumption that everybody knew and still voluntarily went to Jamaica, knowing that there was going to be a Hurricane 5 storm there. And even if that was the case, though, like I said before, even if that was the case, what the resort should have did, it says, hey, we can't take tourists right now. We got to bunker down. We got to see how this hurricane hit. We got to make sure everybody's safe. So we're going to cancel everything or at least postpone it until further notice. And we might give people their money back. Or we might hold it for credit or whatever the case. We can't let people fly in knowing that there's going to be a disaster coming. That's what the Jamaican government and the Jamaican people should have done. So there has to be accountability on their side for allowing people to come in. You know what I'm saying? So
well,
let's
let's just say this:
man.
it is the hurricane season, and the resorts
But
ask
hold
people
on,
to leave. They if
stop. Okay, because you're gonna turn this into something it don't need to be, and we're gonna move on to another conversation, right? Or another speaker rather. It's hurricane season. Jamaica has never had a Hurricane 5 before. Period. Okay, this is the first
had
time.
a, they
This
have had.
Okay, yeah, well they have, but it's been a very, very, very long
They
time.
haven't. They never
Not
had a
your
Like
five.
lifetime, not my
35
lifetime.
years.
They have
Okay,
never had a
so
five.
yeah, oh yeah, 5. Yeah, they've had hurricanes, but a 5, yeah. Okay, they've had hurricanes, yes. A lot of the times it misses that. All right. And even if it was, you're sitting up there putting more blame, and I want y'all to notice, you're putting more blame on the American tourist than you are on the government for not shutting down. The government should
Also,
have shut the island down. They should have closed the airports, at least coming from. They should have closed the imports of immigrants coming from there. They should have shut the resorts down. They should have gotten their hurricane relief and their bunkers and everything like that. Now you want the tourists to feel responsible, rather, for not having a good experience for coming to Jamaica, when the thing is that y'all never closed the door. And you can't get mad if y'all open the door because y'all still want the money. That's the thing. Y'all still wanted the American money, so y'all let the door open. And then when Americans got there and started complaining, y'all tripping on the people who are complaining. You can't do that. If you knew that there was a disaster coming, they should have shut down, and they didn't do that. So where's the accountability for them not shutting down? That's the thing. And I say that, and now we're going to move on because other people have been waiting very patiently, and there's been people in the queue. All right.
Afro, can I make one point?
Yeah.
That's Fox News. If that's the news she's watching, black
I've seen it
people,
on Fox.
for the
Yeah.
most part, that's not our station. We call it fake news. Fox News, fake news. So that could be one of the ways why we, if black Americans, she's talking about, was not aware because of the news, or she's blaming them for not watching the news, even though news was there. We not Fox News people. We just not. Yeah. Zizi, I'd be interested to hear your thoughts.
Not feel the same way. I actually said something similar last night. I'm glad you brought that point up. That yeah, they definitely could have shut that shit down, because the way they shut the damn airport down for flights going out, mind you, it was hella people trying to leave. So it got to the point where they was overcapacitated, and they really ran out of flights after they shut down. So when they shut down the airport, nobody could fly out. I think it was last Saturday. Nobody could fly out after that. And it was still good weather for people to be able to fly out. So yeah, it feels like a lot of this could have been prevented. And so you want to shift the blame to the tourists that was there, whether they were American or not, when there could have been preventions made to keep some of them from, or at least a good portion of them from staying or from even going over there. Yeah, I think that's anti-black vitriol that y'all want to shift the blame to us instead of looking at the people that have control over people coming over there or leaving. So yeah, I agree.
All right. Let's get to, yeah, thank you. And somebody in the chat room was like, well, America should have shut stuff down. And that, as true as that is very true. The thing is that whose responsibility is it more? Is it the American government's responsibility to protect people from a Jamaican storm, or is it Jamaicans' responsibility to protect people from a Jamaican storm? You know? So with that being said or asked, now we're going to move on to the next speaker. Now we're going to get to Confessions of a Black Girl.
All right, hello. So I am FBA. I'm over the age of 18. And I've been seeing everything transpire on the internet between the Jamaicans and Black Americans, but I don't know where you guys are from in America, but I'm from New York City. So there has always been some tension between Jamaicans and Black Americans for the most part. We go into their restaurants and sometimes they have the nastiest attitudes. And I don't try to blame all Jamaicans because, like I said, there's bad people in every group. So I don't really do that. But a lot of Jamaicans here, they say some of the nastiest things I have ever heard. They call us lazy Yankees. They say that we're dirty. We're on food stamps. And it's just like, well, damn, like that's how you feel? Like me personally, I would never say something like that about, another Black nation. And I was talking about this on another live yesterday. You know what I mean? So it's just like, I hate how this transpired into a diaspora war in the middle of a hurricane, because you guys should be focused on your hurricane. Me personally, if I'm in my country, I'm not going to be focused on these people talking about they want pastries. I'm focused on my hurricane. I'm focused on getting my country to where it needs to be, So this whole diaspora war is stupid to me, because you should be focused on your country, no shade, getting Jamaica to where it needs to be at the end of the day. That's just how I feel about that situation. And like I said, there has always been tension between, Black Americans and Jamaicans. But, I don't know about where you guys are from, like I said, but a lot of Black Americans in New York love Jamaicans. They support them. They support their restaurants. And, like I said, if Jamaicans don't want us there, that's fine. But how is that fair to sit here and say you don't want Black Americans here, and there's like 1 million Jamaicans in America? How about if we say, oh, go back to your country? That ain't fair, because we're going to get called xenophobic. You know what I mean? So it's just like people got to also recognize the xenophobia on their part. And I think when it happens with this diaspora war stuff is that they don't really recognize that. They just want to blame Black Americans. You know what I mean? And that's getting tired, to be honest, because it's not just Black Americans. I've seen everybody be xenophobic at the end of the day. So it's just like, yes, this hurricane stuff in the middle of a hurricane, a diaspora war is just pointless. Focus on your country. Focus on getting this hurricane up out of here. Just focus on your country and your people. You know what I mean? Why are you focused on getting on the internet trying to diss us Black Americans and say that we on food stamps and all this stuff? Why are you worried about that? Focus on your country, babe. Focus on getting your country together. You know what I mean? So it's just like, this whole thing is stupid and pointless. You know what I mean? Because at the end of the day, like I said, you're in a hurricane. So why are you focused on that? Why are you focused on Black Americans in the middle of a hurricane? You know what I mean? So it's just like, it's stupid to me and it's pointless. Because you're going to blame Black Americans for a fucking hurricane? That don't make no sense.
Out of all of the people that can be blamed, it's like they're reaching. That's why I put the title there. They're reaching to find a reason to blame us. They're reaching to find a reason to get mad at us. Okay. And what you're saying is 100% true. I mean, when we go to Jamaica, there's very little like immigration from Black Americans to Jamaica, where we go there to completely live. and be like, I'm never going back. I'm staying here. I'm gonna buy a house, raise a family. Black Americans, for the very most part, don't do that at all. Jamaicans come over here to stay. When we go over there, it's for vacation. We'll go over there for a week, a weekend, a birthday, an event, and then we'll come back. And they're sitting up there, don't ever come back to Jamaica. Don't ever come back to Jamaica. Well, y'all be saying disrespectful stuff to us all of the time. Y'all be causing problems for us all of the time. And if we say, and y'all are here to stay, y'all are here to live. Y'all are trying to become citizens of this country. We're not over there trying to become citizens of Jamaica, you know. So when y'all say, "Oh, don't come back," I'm like, so if we get disrespected, if we feel disrespected, and we say, "Okay, don't come back to America, go back home to Jamaica," y'all will say that's a diaspora war, and y'all will say we are divisive and xenophobic. So we're not gonna use that standard, okay? We're not gonna abide by y'all double standards at all. Let's get to the next speaker. I appreciate y'all patience so very much. Let's get to Mercedes. I'm gonna have to cycle some people out. Thank you so very much, sister. Mercedes, you go ahead.
Hi, everyone. I am Black American, and my mother is Irish and German, so that's my lineage. I find this whole thing very disgusting. I just got to be honest. Like,
Mm,
I've been to Jamaica several times, and historically, Jamaicans, they never treated Black people like they treat white American. I mean, they have movies on it, like in the hospitality field, like they will serve a Caucasian woman or white American before they will actually serve a Black American. And I mean, it's sad because I am quite spiritual and I do believe in the 12 tribes of Israel and how I'm the tribe of Judea and they're the tribe of Benjamin. And the separation is so disgusting when you look back and people had to come through the Atlantic slave trade. Like their ancestors was right with us on that boat. So it's just terrible. And then not to mention the Jamaican women, like my husband is Jamaican. So when I went to Oaktree, the looks that I got and the way I was treated was very disgusting. They don't want me talking, and I'm looking, and I always came to them like they were my brothers and sisters. That's how I looked at them. I was too ignorant. I didn't know that they really hate Black people. But then as I started to research in their schools, they're not taught about our Black history. They're
mm.
not. They're ignorant. Even in Africa, I got friends from Congo. They're not taught about our Black history. Puerto Ricans, them the same. They don't want to accept that they got African descent. They don't, Dominicans, they in war with Haitians. Jamaicans don't like Haitians. These are brothers and sisters. If you lighter skin, then you're still superior in Dominican. If you're darker skin, then you're still below. It's just like, and instead of pointing the finger at Black Americans, like sit back and learn your history. You'll find out that we're more brothers and sisters than you think. I don't believe there's nothing new under the sun. I think everything was designed to separate us. And I just feel like they're still holding on to that narrative, you know, and they know if they were in America, say the roles were reversed, and they spent all that money because you got to think $100 American bill is 15K. They don't get paid by the hour, they get paid by the day. So they save all their money up to come to America. We have a hurricane and then we disrespect them. They'll go crazy. So to me, it's all a bunch of bullshit. I'm tired of the hate. I'm tired of the separation. I'm tired of people paying into this narrative with with what our like the colonizers have put out to separate us. I'm just sick of it. I'm tired of I'm just tired of it. It's just very, very disgusting. That's
Yeah,
all
it's
I got to
exhausting,
say.
don't you think? Who would you say, or let me ask you this question very briefly. Who's responsible and what needs to happen?
Who's responsible?
Yeah, like for this tension today, this modern day tension. Like
I
what
think collectively we're all responsible, and I think what needs to be happen is that we start to educate, because and knowledge is power. So I think everyone needs to take accountability. Also, black people. I mean, my husband is Jamaican, and for my family, first of all, my mom's Irish and German, so there you go, prejudice all the way. Uh, but for my family, even my black people, like the shit that happened when Venezuela, the man
So
literally
your dad
murdered.
is your dad is Black American?
Yes, and Cherokee Indian. But the man literally, our president literally, I've been on a speedboat. You can't carry no large amount of drugs like that. He took a bomb.
you can't say the hard DRUG word.
Okay. But he
Okay.
took a missile and killed those people, murdered them.
Okay,
And I
you
see
can't say that
mass.
either. Okay, but let me ask
Okay.
you a question though, because we're getting off topic. What does that have to do with our responsibility to perpetuating the diaspora war? Because now we're talking
I
about what
think
the
we all need to
president
take
did as
accountability for our ignorance and
okay,
educate ourselves, because we're more united than separated. I feel like the coloners actually
okay,
painted that narrative, and that's on both sides, and that we need to let that ideology go and really do unite, because
okay.
we
Let
all
me let
came
me
from the Atlantic
okay. Let me ask you this though.
slave ships. I'm sorry.
Okay, yeah, but let me ask you this: ignorance is the lack of knowledge. That's by definition. If you Google that, if you look up the definitionary definition, that is the lack of knowledge. What are foundational Black Americans ignorant of? What ignorance do we practice?
We've been sold a narrative too, that I remember when I was younger, that someone came from Africa. They used to have this saying, "Oh, you're African booty scratcher." We've been sold a narrative too, to
Girl,
separate us as well.
girl,
We
bye.
look
Ma'am,
bad. We
okay,
look down on them as well. Oh, you live in
mm-mm,
shacks.
don't
That's
do
not true.
that.
That's
Okay,
not true, honey.
just let them talk. That's all we got to do is just let them talk. Once
It's
you hear
okay to
something, just let them talk.
disagree, but I've seen it in my own
Man,
community.
okay,
And
so
I
you feel as if the term African booty scratcher is us looking down on Jamaicans?
No, I'm saying there's also been people talking about Jamaicans as well. Like they don't have roofs. They live in shacks and stuff like that. You
Okay.
know, I have seen that. And I'm just saying, like, even with Mexico, we used to play a game, go, shame, shame, shame. I don't want to go to Mexico no more, more, more. Like we have also been programmed to look at our brothers and sisters bad
Well,
as well.
Mexico, okay, okay, because now
Because I
we
believe in the
brought up
12 tribes of
Venezuela.
Israel, so I do believe
Oh,
that
okay.
Mexicans
She
and
hate her black
See,
Jamaicans
people.
and
okay, see,
Haitians.
okay, so see, this is the thing when it comes to, and I'm not, you know me, I don't really even be mentioning, bringing up, shaming nobody's religious beliefs or anything like that. But now we're venturing off because in the belief of a lot of Hebrew Israelites, they believe that us Mexican, all of us, we're all a part of the 12 tribes of Judah, right? And
Israel.
the what?
Israel.
Israel.
And
Okay, we're all a part.
Judah is a tribe of Israel, and Benjamin
Okay,
and
we're a part of 12 tribes of Israel, rather. Okay, got it. Thank you. Now here's the thing though. When we're talking about ethnicity, we're not the same. We're not the same. We're not the same. And what happens is that we have people who kind of reach to make an equivalence to quote unquote their disrespect and our disrespect. So they'll come over here and they'll say we don't have a culture, we don't have jobs, we're lazy, we're uneducated, we're this, we're this, we're this. And we know for a fact we have receipts of their disrespect, but you don't want to really hold them accountable alone. So you're going to say, okay, I can hold them accountable as long as I also hold Black Americans accountable.
I don't
So
think
what? Hold on, ma'am. Hold on, ma'am. Hold on.
I'm
Because then
listening.
what you do is now you got to embellish on all of the things that Black Americans may have said. So now you're making it seem as if the term African booty scratcher, which was not a term that was used specifically for Africans, Jamaicans, or any group of people. It was a term from a movie. It was a joke out of a movie, right? So
That's
everybody
offensive.
was being called, ma'am, and it happened in the 80s, and everybody was being called that. Okay? Everybody was. Nobody was spared from being made fun of,
Real talk.
especially
I
back
was part of African
Can
booty
I
scratching.
back
comment
in,
back
hold
to
on,
you?
ma'am. Hold on. Nobody was being spared of being made fun of. Everybody got made fun of. It's only that it's like the Africans made it, they censored themselves and made it seem like they were picked on because they were African. Everybody else was picked on because they were just picked on, but they were picked on because of African hate from black Americans exclusively. And that's not the truth, because that's not where the term African booty scratcher came from. It didn't come from that. It came from a movie, Boys in the Hood. That's where it came from. So it wasn't no particular insult or slur against Africans. But in modern day times, you guys are trying to make it a slur because you guys want an equivalent to your disrespect. So the immigrants, they know they've been disrespectful, and they know that they can't say that they haven't been, because we got all, or somebody says not Boys from the Hood. I don't. It's some movie. I don't know.
Boys,
Um,
said African British Scratch, but it was a little Black American boy who said that to the main character, Black American boy.
okay. See. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. I got my movies right. Don't tripping me up. Anyway.
I do
Um.
want to respond. You
Hold
could give
on,
me
man.
a
Hold on. Hold
chance.
on. There is no, we were not, adults weren't calling kids akatas, or we don't have our version of the word akata, or our word yankee, or our word jareer, or all of these particular slurs that they use for us in particular, that they don't use for anyone else. Somebody saying it was Sugar Hill, whatever movie it was from the 80s. Thank you. um
Ah,
Movies, multiple movies. It was
got it.
definitely Boys in the Hood.
Yeah, okay.
Boys in
It
the
might have been
Hood,
multiple movies,
African booty
because I don't want
scratcher.
people to be like, Afro, you don't know what you're talking about.
No, Afro,
It
I
was a
got
movie.
you. I got you. African booty scratcher is from Boys in the Hood, and it was a kata from Sugar Hill.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. So you have these things that are particular slurs for black Americans. We don't have a particular slur for Jamaican people or Caribbean people or African people. We don't have that. And you guys are trying to make African booty scratcher a slur so you guys can say, well, there's wrong on both sides. And that's not the truth. And until we are honest with who the problematic people have been, we're not going to solve anything, because we're trying to hold y'all accountable, and y'all are saying, well, no, everybody got to get held accountable. Man, I was going to let you go next. Actually, you dropped off. If
I'm
you
here.
No, no, not you. um but okay,
Is it okay if I respond to you?
I'll give you 20 seconds, and then we're going to move
All
on.
I
And
have
and
to
I want to
say
say,
is,
also
you say you're going to
it
give me 20 seconds.
I know. I just gonna say this real quick. I'm gonna say this thing real quick. Also, we can't help but notice that there is a high percentage or likelihood that you will be biased because your husband is Jamaican. Just got to
I
add that
will
as well
say,
too. So
no,
your
no.
feelings are involved.
I will say this. I have to educate them. I did mention they are not taught African American history. They that stuff has been stripped from them in Africa and Jamaica, even in
Hmm.
Puerto Rico and Dominican. They're not taught how we are more alike than separate. So I'm not biased. I have to tell them all the time. I have to remind them all the time, to the point I say, oh, so you're better than me? You're better than me, huh? You're better than me. Well, you don't know where I come from. You don't know my ancestors. You don't know how we paved the way for your asses to get here and had the opportunities.
Okay,
Domestic
but let me
violence.
ask you this question, and I'm gonna ask you this. Don't respond. Just
So
think about it. Don't respond. Just think about it, and then we're gonna move on. If their treatment of us is because they are unaware of our history, are they aware of everybody else's history? Because there's particular treatment, mistreatment, and disdain that we get that other people don't get. So if their mistreatment of us stems from the lack of knowledge of our history, then they must have knowledge of African history, white people's history, Hispanic people's history, everybody else but us, because there's a particular mistreatment that they give us that we don't receive from other groups of people. And my second part to that question is, if it's a lack of history, why are first generation Jamaicans who were born and raised in America, who went through the same educational system that we have, why do they participate in the disdain and the vitriol and things like that? Because you have first generation Americans who went to school in the same school system, had the same access to the internet, had the same access to the library and knowledge and history that we do. So they can't use the "I was uneducated" excuse, and they still have the a lot of the same cultural disdain for Black Americans. So we have to, and I want you to think about this. If you want to solve the problem, we got to stop. We got to stop with the "they just don't know." Okay, because as foundational Black Americans, we've been giving everybody and their mama "they just don't know" excuse for generations, and we got to cut that off.
Can I
With
say,
that being said, we got to move on. We have to move on.
Absolutely. So I want to say this: words matter. We are not in a diaspora. WAR. Black Americans have their own diaspora. We're not a part of you guys. Okay, that's number one. Y'all come over here to our place. We're not taught about Africa. We're not taught about Jamaica besides Marcus Garvey. We have to look for these things. But conveniently, we show compassion, empathy, and everything because we champion the diaspora the most, or y'all wouldn't be here. You can be in by ethnic relationships. You don't have to sell your lineage out. This is not a WAR. This is tension and this is straightening
Really?
because the diaspora has been getting away with disrespect for too long. When Black Americans have to boycott somebody, like we're boycotting the Africans, and now some of us are boycotting the Caribbeans for disrespect. That means you've been too disrespectful, and y'all are the ones voting no to our repair in our government. So y'all in our government monopolizing things for us. There are tangible reasons why we're coming for certain individuals. I don't want to hear about the white tea man. I don't want to hear about the Asians and Latinos. We're addressing the Jamaicans at this time. Okay?
Yes.
The lady was not Black American. And when they found out she was not Black American, why didn't I see an apology video? And then say, oh, sorry, it wasn't you. We'll get back to y'all later. Let me tell Bermuda XYZ.
Yes.
I ain't see
Yeah.
that video yet.
Yes.
I ain't hear about nobody doing that yet.
Yes. That's true.
I
Now,
land.
come on now. Now, I'm trying to be as fair as possible. I'm trying to be as fair as possible. And do you see how respectful we can be? And this is because this live, which is why a lot of people love coming here. This live elevates the debate and the talking points. Okay, and that's what we do. All right. Let's get to Trish. Trish, I know you're a Jamaican and you have disagreements,
Tish,
right?
Tish.
Tish. Sorry. Okay, Tish.
Yeah, go
Okay,
ahead. I
you
hear you.
you have disagreements, correct?
I do.
Okay, those are.
I mean, I've mostly seen all the videos on Jamaican TikTok, and I've seen all the American videos, and I've been on two lives. I've been on a live last night, very biased live, but it is what it is. I've seen a lot of the Black American, African American. You're pinpointing that we are only talking about that one lady when there was multiple people, and we're constantly saying we're not just talking about Bermuda, and she is getting the disrespect. If you look under her comments, the Jamaicans are dragging her. Yes, there was an apology video from some of us, and some of us are also dragging our people. Like, it wasn't just, don't just talk about Black Americans. There are other people. We was talking about this. We was talking about the white people also. But because you're not on Jamaican TikTok, y'all just assume we're talking about, y'all just see the videos that y'all see. I am on Jamaican TikTok. Everybody getting dragged over there. We're correcting our people. Like, it's not just her. There was other people. Y'all need to drag the white people. We are talking about it. We talking about that. We take blame for that. There was an apology video from a couple people that y'all haven't seen that we're saying we're apologizing. It wasn't just a Black American, and we're not just talking about her. To bring me later, we're not just talking about her. There's videos of Black Americans fighting in the staff face. That's what we're going mostly off of. And then she was also cosplaying as a Black American. So I get where they throw off at first and saying, okay, she's Black American. We're not going on her page to see that she's Bermudan at first. But when you guys brought it to our attention, we did. And she's getting currently dragged by Jamaicans, Black American, everybody's dragging her. Sure, comments is turned off.
Okay. Do you
Excuse for
see?
that.
Okay. Okay. And let's say that. Let's be fair. And adults, we're adults here,
Uh-huh.
and we have different algorithms. Everybody who there's hundreds of people watching. Each one of us have a different algorithm based off of what we like, what we interact with, what we view, all of that stuff. So we got what videos we send or get sent. So we have different algorithms. Let's be adults. Let's be mature. Let's be fair. And let's say we're not on Jamaican TikTok.
Uh-huh.
It is though. It is. And I'm glad that you admitted that Jamaican people did jump to can we meet the middle ground and
Yes,
say
I did
that the
admit.
Jamaican
I
people
did admit it.
jumped to the conclusion
Uh-huh.
that they were Black American.
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'm asking you this question, and I want you to answer however you want to answer. Do you feel like the assumption that she was a Black American stems from a bias against Black American behavior?
Kind of, sort of.
Okay.
I can kind of, sort of. I mean, there's bias on both sides. We're gonna be on it. We're gonna be
Oh,
honest.
okay. Well, before we get to the whole both sides argument, why is there a bias from why is there a bias from Jamaica towards Black Americans?
Mostly when we come here, we're very taught our accent is our accents are Mac are sorry, our accent get mad. A lot of people are saying a lot of stuff about Jamaican coming on banana boat. So like we already come with the intention that y'all don't like our people that are living here. So we're somewhat, I say, when we come here we get okay. Black Americans don't really care for y'all. They don't like y'all. Just the same thing with Black Americans that we hear that Jamaicans don't like us. I feel like it's a misunderstanding on everybody's part because like I've I have Black American friends. They're very great. I had some horrible experience, but I'm not generalizing everybody. So it's like I said, I feel like it's some kind of misunderstanding on both parts because I
You're
don't feel
not
like
Do
this is
you
necessary.
feel though? Okay, okay, and we're having a mature. Do you feel as if you all are taught the same thing? Because if you're coming to a land and you feel as if there's a certain group of people that might mistreat you, all right. Do you feel as if that same energy is taught about YT people? Because and the reason I'm asking is because people can bring up their experiences that
Mhm.
Jamaicans do have the stereotype, do have the reputation of being very aggressive when it comes to Black American people, whether it's their restaurants, whether it's their businesses or whatever. They're very aggressive and borderline hostile, and we don't see that same behavior or attitude towards YT people. And when we talk about the hostility that we face from Jamaican people, there's a rationale for it. Well, we were taught that y'all didn't like us. Okay, so what is your reason for not having that same attitude towards the white people?
From personal experience, from where I'm growing, everybody, like I said, Jamaicans have the same thing for everybody. Where I'm growing, I'm speaking from my experience. Where I'm growing, they have energy for everybody. So the white tea people do get clapped. There's a lot of white tea people coming in Jamaica, and we do speak up, but like I said, you guys are not on Jamaican side of TikTok like the rest of us are. So when we speak, it's coming like, okay, we don't see that video. You're not on Jamaican side of TikTok, so you can't speak. Because there's a lot of Jamaican, a lot of Americans are coming that they didn't know there was a Jamaican side of TikTok until the hurricane. We was out there dancing, laughing, doing the most. Y'all didn't see most of that. So it's like everybody's focusing on the negative at the moment, which is
We
what I
saw.
made it a
Well,
situation.
hold on though. I don't think it's everybody's focusing on the negative because that kind of shifts the blame a little bit because y'all did start the Jamaicans. Let's be, and this is where the accountability takes place. You all were the people making the videos.
I never said we wasn't though, but like I said, there was a
Hold on though. Foundational Black Americans did not make a video disparaging the hurricane or saying anything about the hurricane. It was
true.
Jamaicans who started stuff, and they started the incident. Okay, they instigated a situation between them and foundational Black Americans, only for them to be incorrect with the person that they were mainly talking about. So now we're dealing with the aftermath of a situation that the Jamaicans instigated. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
So so this stems from, and I'm glad we're having a conversation. This stems from the fact that there is anti-Black American bias that stems from the island, and that needs to be addressed, and it needs to be addressed and to be held accountable without trying to make it seem as if it's a two-way street, as if it's both sides. Because anytime we say, hey, you guys are really biased against us, you guys really have like some issue with us, you guys got an axe to grind with us, And instead of us actually solving that problem, there's a slight pivot of accountability because
But like I said, it's
but
on both sides.
I'm almost done, because there's a pivot of accountability, because the second we say y'all are biased to us, you say, well, yeah, we are, but you guys are the same way to us too. And that pivots the accountability and shifts the blame both ways, and that doesn't solve the problem. And the only way to solve the problem is to address what happened. And in this situation, it perfectly illustrates what happened was the Jamaicans had an issue with people, and because of their bias against Black Americans, they lashed out on Black American people. I'm not on the Jamaican side of TikTok, but I saw those videos, multiple videos. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of other FBAs saw those videos too. You know what I'm saying?
So the problem
Okay,
is,
one, wait, Aisha, wait a minute. I need you to mute Tish, and I need you to go on your mute until we address this both sides issues. And I want to tell you why your people have always snaked Black Americans. Mute up. So, we do know that Black immigration was restricted, and our civil rights movement greatly impacted the Immigration Act of 1965. So my ancestors and my elders fought for Black immigrants to be here. Now let's take New York, right? And then we'll go to the government. I'll make it fast because people are waiting. They came here with the tactic that they learned from the West Indies in order to buy homes that we were locked out of, for the simple fact that it would have deemed to bring the property level down. We're not arguing that they shouldn't have took the homes, but you know what they did when they were able to sell those homes? They only sold to their own, which caused a disparity between home ownerships of Black Americans compared to the Afro Caribbean. Here's our issue. The things that they say, I should never come online and hear a Jamaican saying that Black Americans are lazy, they're this, they're that, and that's why they had the biggest house on the block. When we know that they use group economics against us, and they're doing it in our government. Right? There's Westmore, there's Brian Donalds, there's Kamala, and there's Yvette Clark and Winsome Sears. They all seem to want to vote no or say they won't advocate for Black Americans to get reparations, right? But ain't nobody speaking against CARICOM, knowing that CARICOM just came to the UN in April to ask the Brits for direct payment. They're showing up to our reparations hearings, right? And they are tanking our movement, saying they deserve reparations with us. So it's the things that Jamaicans do. They're too greedy, right? And then they're bad-minded. I know you know what that is, because now when I look at videos, I find one lady who says, don't unalive me, officer, unalive a Black American. Black Americans never say that. We'll say, call my moms, call this one, call that one, make sure you get the kids. Knowing they unalive our children in their sleep, Ayanna Johnson, Tamir Rice, and I can name numerous others that the police have unalived. Why would you say unalive a Black American? Y'all have a mindset from that island that caused y'all to come here and act like y'all so big and bad and mighty and entitled to everything that we fought for. And then you try to lock us out of stuff. Those days are over. Y'all deserve whatever boycotts we give y'all. It ain't both sides when y'all have been snaking us since the beginning of time.
Can I speak now?
I'll give you about 10 seconds, and then we're gonna have to move on.
Which is fine. Which is fine. Like I said, this live is already given by us, so which is fine. But
Okay,
like
no,
I
come
said,
on, don't do that. Don't do
it
that.
is
We've had a
because every
respectful
time
conversation thus far.
for you, but like a lot of the ladies are on here. I've seen one last night. They give bias. I understand that
Okay,
you
well,
guys
you
have
said
been
this
vote.
live. Let's talk about this live. And the reason why I'm saying that, and I'm gonna let you go, is because it is always, well, I've seen this, I've seen this. Well, I've seen lives where Jamaicans have been bashing Black Americans for what you now admit is something that we didn't do. So we can bring up other people's lives all day. So let's not do that.
Okay, understand. And I simply saying they jumped to conclusion with the first of Bermuda lady, but she was
Yeah,
not the only one. She was just the only one that was highlighted the most. I
no, but
corrected. I told
she
that, but
was
y'all keep moving over the goalpost. Said, okay, we're just talking about the Bermuda. We're constantly on your comments. We're constantly on your videos. Like we're not only
no.
talking
It
about
wasn't
her.
that. The
So
thing is
highlighting
that
was
it wasn't
her.
that girl though. You all made the blanket statement that it was Black American people. and how black, because it wasn't even the fact that y'all were getting on her behavior as a black American that y'all assumed she was. You all were making a blatant statement on how we are raised as a culture. You all were saying that we are entitled people as a culture. We're ungrateful people as a culture. You guys use that woman as a proxy to bash black America. And I'm not saying you in particular, but she was used as a proxy to attack and slander black American culture. All right. So it was more than just about her as an individual. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I wanted you to admit what you did, that Jamaicans do have a black American bias. So I'm gonna give you your 10 seconds and then we're gonna move on.
Yeah, like I said, I'm on the Jamaican side of TikTok, and I'm seeing the both sides, and I'm saying we can also admit that it's the truth. We really jump to conclusion based on the low bias that we have. But like I said, it's both sides, because I came here from Jamaican. I went through it with Black American, but I'm not generalizing all of y'all. Okay, some Jamaicans have some fucked up ass people. That's just a fact. I'm sorry, that's just a fact. And same thing over here with the Black Americans. We have both of us need work. But when we say both, it's like you just I want to highlight. Okay, Jamaicans have a bias. I came here with a open heart, to be honest. I never grew up here, and that y'all didn't have a problem with me until I
That was
came
10
here and I asked my
seconds.
mom. But like I said, it is what it is. We can admit that we was wrong about the Bermuda lady, and that's
But do you see
I do
that now that
apologize.
you, okay?
Let me finish. I do apologize
Because it
on
was more than
behalf
10
of some
seconds now.
Jamaicans that
Seconds
we
been
shouldn't
up,
have jumped to
homegirl.
conclusion and did all that. Okay.
Okay.
That
Okay.
Jamaican side.
Now that you admitted that you guys were wrong and that there is a bias, now I think on Jamaican side of TikTok, I'm not on Jamaican side of TikTok. I'm not Jamaican, but on Jamaican side of TikTok, there needs to be a live or people making videos that address y'all bias that y'all have for our ethnic group. And our ethnic group has always looked out for y'all. That's the truth.
There are though. There are.
Oh, okay. Well,
Like
if
I
they
said,
are,
we
then
do clock
okay.
each other.
If they are, I don't see it, but I'm not on Jamaican side of TikTok,
Exactly.
so
That's what
It's
I'm saying.
real.
We are
You should know.
jumping to conclusions
I'm
when
going
we're not
to,
talking up. We
ma'am,
are.
don't do that, because this is gonna turn to something else. Now we're gonna move on, okay?
Yeah.
And thank you for your time. Thank you.
Afro, you see how people they always do this. Always do this. I come through with the
So
facts.
then they run,
And
because I'm coming.
1 minute, Porties. I come through with the facts, right? I take it out of the community, out of our feelings, to facts of how Jamaicans are here harming us. We're not in their lands, getting in their government, messing up the government. Black Americans aren't doing that. And I hear the ladies that own resorts in Jamaica who are Black American are a benefit to the community. Okay? They
That's what I
always
wanted to
deflect.
speak
1
on.
minute, Aisha. Then she deflected to bias. Well, it's about, like, come on. Address what I'm telling you
My
about
thing,
the harm that your people have done from history of being able to migrate here. Had it not been for my ancestors, you wouldn't have been able to. To today, current time, what your people are doing in office. And we don't badmouth CARICOM. We say, get your money. But they don't want to see us get nothing. That's why they voting no or saying they won't advocate for us, the politicians now, unless they're getting a piece. And then they get on these apps talking about New York is so united. No, we not. No, we not. Not if y'all acting like that. We only united when we're letting them have their way and being a detriment to us and contributing to our erasure.
I'm gonna say this though. I'm gonna say, even though there's an acknowledgement that y'all do have a bias, it's this: y'all can acknowledge the wrong, but refuse to be accountable for it, and that's my issue. And I say, okay, well, you acknowledge that you guys have a bias, that you guys, well, y'all have us too, ma'am. Not really, no. And even if we did, y'all need to take accountability for what you guys have admitted that you guys have a bias for. We're not making anything up. You guys are confessing to it. There's confessions, and you all are still saying, well, it's on both sides. That's dodging accountability. That's what it is. And we're proving that right now.
And can I add to that and say that it's not equal? Even the last sister that spoke before her, who was like, yeah, there's ignorance on both sides. Yeah, but there's ignorance to different degrees. Like BH just said, we're not in your homelands messing y'all political plight up. We are not the same. So yeah, we might have some degenerates like every group do, but for the most part, We are not on the same this anti-black wave the way these other groups are. So that is a bias that you're trying to project on us, that we have equal amounts of vitriol towards each other, and that's not it. That's not the same. You talking about you deal with bullshit with Black Americans over here, okay? But Black Americans can't say that for Jamaicans because we not fleeing our motherfucking homeland. So we are not the same. I just wanted to put that. It's not
You're
the same.
gonna deal, and thank you, Zizi. You're gonna deal with bullshit from everybody. You're gonna deal with bull, and then what does that mean? You ran into a rude employee at a Walmart, or what does that mean? Customer service didn't treat you well. Like, what does that mean? Like, we weren't disparaging you guys, sabotaging you guys as community. We didn't do that. We didn't lock you guys out of resources. We didn't do that. We didn't close opportunities for you guys. We didn't do that. Like, okay, so our mistreatment is being rude. Is being rude to you guys. The most they can say is some African booty scratcher. That now Jamaicans are claiming that it was called to them, even though they're from Jamaica. But okay, all right. But we'll move on, and I appreciate y'all patience. Let's get to Empress. You were waiting for a minute, and then we'll get to Aisha, and then Portiz and Unwritten. I think that's how it went.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody.
How you
I am
doing?
full Black American, proud to be. My mother, grandmother, great grandmother, Portsmouth, Virginia, all the way. Now, I wanted to say this: the same young lady, Tish, that was on there. We were on a live last night. In regards to what's being done, I'm on Jamaican TikTok every day as well. And we're still being disrespected in the most way. I mean, severely disrespected. And it is mostly by a lot of young folk who really don't know. What I did to help the ignorance, right, of the Jamaican people, I started posting Black history because they don't know is no excuse because they should know by now. But because them calling us lazy, we don't make up our beds. And let me tell you how I know these things are embedded in them before they leave Jamaica as children in their communities to hate Black Americans. How old is my youngest daughter? She's 28. I have 3 Jamaican children. I was married to a Jamaican, okay? Their family come from Waterhouse, Jamaica, which is in Kingston. That mother has 11 children, right? They are bred from childhood to hate Black Americans. I don't know what the jealousy is all about. I'm no longer married, of course, but I've dated more Jamaicans after that. It is embedded in Jamaicans, and they need to be honest with themselves and take accountability. It is embedded in them to hate Black Americans. I don't go to no Jamaican restaurants, no Jamaican functions. If I want to taste Jamaican food, I cook it in my kitchen because I know how to do that. There is no Jamaican on this planet that can speak patois and I don't understand. I made it my business because I stayed in a marriage with people that hated us. And they don't even know why. It's just ignorance. It's just straight ignorance. So instead of me being, what's the word I want to use? Angry about it, right? Because I've been through all those phases already. And I will tell a Jamaican where to go with that. Because this is not the American that you're going to come and make feel small when I know what I know. There's no such thing as lazy Black Americans. Where they get that, people are telling them that. Because they get to come here and see that we don't have to pay for schooling. We barely don't have to pay for college. Their mind is we don't take advantage of the opportunities. They don't know that we're redlined. I don't know what it is. And to me, it's no excuse nowadays because information is all over the internet in regards to what they need to know about Black Americans. So to say that lets me know your intellect level is at 0. So I started posting the Civil Rights Act so they could see these laws. They could see segregation when it ended. They could see the Black Panther Party. Because clearly something, if they could show us all they're about is talking about sex, showing the world how to have sex, dancing on their foreheads, running around naked, bleaching their skin, smoking spliffs with Hennessy on a cup in the corner, then clearly we could go ahead and show them as Black Americans what we're all about,
Mm.
right? Instead of being mad, give them receipts because receipts don't lie. Receipts don't lie. So that's what I've been doing with my day today, posting. So come and talk to me. Don't come and tell me about Black Americans, this Black America. I grew up in New York City. I was born and raised in Brooklyn, New York, Kings County Hospital. I watched the 90s, the showers, the sprinklers come into New York City and destroy it, shoot it up. I know New York City when I was a kid. I'm almost 60 years old. We didn't have that going on till I got about 1920.
Mm-hmm.
Till I got about 1920. And here they come. I went to schools, my high school, Erasmus High School, when Jamaicans started coming into the school, and there was Black American wars against Jamaican wars. The lunchroom was segregated. How is this even possible? And that you can't get mad when people are ignorant. They're just going off of what they heard, not what they know.
Mm.
Because they come here, they marry Black Americans to get green cards, we integrate, we have their children, we set them up, and I promise you, in the back of their mind, I promise you, I swear on my life, they hate us.
Mm.
They hate us. And it's because they don't have the receipts. Don't get mad at me because I went to school with a Webster dictionary on my back every day. And there was libraries in every community that I went to this very day. Y'all don't take it, they don't take advantage of that. I still want to know how that young lady got into Harvard. I'm waiting.
Well, and here's the thing. Here's the thing. What we're doing is we're addressing a problematic element. Problematic element. This isn't not, and I want people to who listen to this to understand. Um, this isn't to generalize everybody, but in order to solve a problem, we got to address the problematic element here. We do have to address the elephant in the room, and the thing is that the elephant in the room, once addressed, hurts people's feelings. So a lot of people try to dodge that or pretend that it doesn't exist. And now we have to reach this point in society where we address the elephant in the room, despite it may hurting people's feelings, despite the fact that it may hurt people's feelings. We have to address that. Okay, we do. And this is what this is. This is not to beat down on anybody. This is not to bully or have no hate group or anything like that. But this is to address a problem. And do you guys hear that these are the experiences that people have gone through? And right now there needs to be accountability. This is what I've been saying for the last month or so. With the lack of accountability, you all will not fix the problems anymore. Now, a lot of the tourists, due to this, what's going to happen next year? Do you guys think that far ahead? Do you guys think that bashing Black American tourists, what do you think is going to happen next year when people say, well, I want to go out of the country, but I'm not going to Jamaica. I'm going to go to someplace else. What is going to happen then? Jamaica relies a lot. Their economy relies a lot on tourism. So with y'all sitting up there bashing tourists and then being wrong at that, making videos and lives and being incorrect at that, you guys are going to disparage tourists from coming to your country. Now what? Because the tourists don't need you. You guys need the tourist. See that Black American bias that y'all have. Come on now. All right. Let's get to Aisha.
Hey, family. I just wanted to chime in just for a second because when we're talking about Pan Africanism, that's an American, a North American, Black American thing. Um, the Jamaicans, they choose island pride over Pan Africanism. It's always been that. They have never chose one world. It's always been about their island and their pride. As far as the issue with the hurricane in the hotel, this is the I just feel like they have a colonizer mindset because those people that own those hotels took y'all's beaches. Those people are millionaires and billionaires. And instead of y'all hollering at the hotel or trying to hold those people accountable for allowing black people to purchase tickets and make them pay for rooms and all of this stuff and keep charging them this insane amount of money during a storm, it seems like y'all should be holding the hotel accountable instead of these black people who are
Mm-hmm.
now stranded on y'all's island. I just didn't see why, because these are the same people who take y'all resources. And
Mm-hmm.
that was one thing that I wanted to point out. The other lady that left that was mixed with all kind of things, she was biracial. She didn't even know her own lineage. So that right there had me all the way confused. She didn't know who she was. They can't tell a bias that we have as black people because we don't have them. Now, do we make jokes? But we don't find ways to systematically oppress a people and then get mad when we call it out. We don't I didn't even see a Caribbean person, I don't believe, until I, because I grew up in Texas, and Texas is a pretty big state. I didn't encounter Caribbean people until I went to college. I had a Caribbean friend, we're still friends to this day. And when I met her in undergrad, she let me know that her parents didn't like black people. And they
Yeah.
thought that that they didn't want us around her. She wasn't allowed to listen to music. She had to sneak and listen to the music as a kid, and they do feel like they're uneducated on us, but she's a first generation. So that means that your parents came over here already not liking us for no apparent reason, because they feel like we had a leg up, because they live the way they live and how we live is two different things. They look at us, we live in a life of luxury. And so
Mm.
we should just be grateful for all the things we had. They don't, they always try to skip over the last 500 years. And I think that that's the biggest issue. And when we talk about it, they tell us that's old. Why y'all worried about that? Look at what y'all have right now. Y'all should be doing better. Y'all should be doing better. Y'all should have this. Pick yourself up by your bootstraps. But all the time they're ignoring the system of white supremacy that's in place that's prevented us from doing these things. And we've never collectively as a people disdained anyone around the diaspora. That whole concept is a lie, and that's something that they just recently start doing just to make excuses for their behavior towards us. We have never had disdain for those people. I promise you, I've never thought about them. My parent never took me to the side and was like, "Don't hang with a Jamaican. He's gonna." I never had that that said to me. That's just not us. That's not who we are as a people. And I think that there is only one side to it. She kept saying it's two sides. No, there's only one side, and it's y'all having this bias towards us
Mm.
because y'all know that we have this spirit that y'all don't have, the spirit of Ogun. We get things popping, right?
Mm.
Y'all don't even have proper infrastructure on the island that's predominantly black. We have 50,000 patents in this country, 103 HBCUs, but y'all over here saying we ignorant. I'll land.
Well, all right then. All right, appreciate
May
that.
I also say
Hold
something
on.
before we
Let's
move on?
no, we gotta we there's been people waiting for like 30 minutes, so we really gotta make sure we get to everybody at least once, you know. Um so we're gonna move on to Portiz. But I appreciate you though, but we're gonna move on to Portiz.
Well, since everybody want to be polite, let me be the bearer of a little bad news. Fuck Jamaica. Fuck them drowning ass Jamaicans. I don't give a
Oh, hold
fuck.
on. We can't say that, brother.
I don't care. I
Well, okay, well
respect
I
you.
do though. I do though. So we're gonna move on to unwritten.
Hey, y'all, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, no cussing, Portuguese, no cussing.
No,
That's what's
we shouldn't
happening.
be saying that at all. Period. What are we doing? Okay, unwritten. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think the reality is that they don't want to remove their bias. They want to keep it. So I think, us saying they need to be educated on this and they don't know our history. If Pan Africanism actually existed among the diaspora, there would be a baseline respect just off the fact that we're quote unquote a part of the diaspora, the same way that we treat them, where I don't need to know Jamaican history. I don't need to know African. I don't need to know anyone's history to have a baseline level of respect just from the strength that they are also a part of the quote unquote black diaspora. But the reality is that the Pan Africanism does not exist amongst the diaspora. It's literally a fantasy, and they do have a bias, but they're not willing to remove it because it makes them feel better at the end of the day.
And it's a generational bias. That's the thing, where it's very much so ingrained, but we're naive to it. You know, we're now coming across it because a lot of us did not grow, like I think Aisha mentioned, a lot of us didn't grow up around, these different immigrant communities. So we did have a baseline level of respect, at least, for all of these different groups. So with this situation, I think, kind of going back to the topic, the blame is primarily on Jamaica here within this situation. I think the hotels definitely need to take responsibility for the negligence that they had towards the tourists, and this goes for all the tourists, as well as, they keep
Hmm.
mentioning that this is hurricane season. I don't understand, why are they still open during hurricane season if it's such like a detriment for people to go there. And that really just speaks to the greed of that nation for them to subject tourists to that. But also the fact that they didn't let people out on Saturday when the hurricane wasn't until Tuesday. So it's like you legitimately hold people hostage on an island and then overcharge them, and then for them to leave, now you're price gouging the flights. Like
Yeah.
it's a terrible situation for everyone all around. But because of this level of generational bias that they had, imagine being in a catastrophic hurricane and you have time to criticize and bash another group of people who literally through mistaken identity. That's how deep the bias goes. Y'all are literally drowning, but you find time to roast Black Americans. Like, make that make sense.
Wait,
So
hold on. Oh, was I a little too harsh when I said it?
She didn't say what you said. Unwritten. Where you can go ahead.
yeah, no, I can land my plane there. But yeah, I think, as for us, we need to stop thinking that they need education.
What happened?
Yeah, and I think for us, we need to stop thinking that they need education. They don't need education. Like, they have a generational bias against us that they will need to address, that we can't do anything about.
Mm.
We can teach them all about our history and the things that we've done.
Okay, I don't.
Think Yeah, sorry, I keep getting this call.
Okay,
Yeah, things that we've done for them, but it won't matter. It won't change anything. So we need to change and continue to spread this awareness. I'll land there.
thank you. And as Black Americans, we cannot, foundational Black Americans, we cannot keep on excusing disrespect with quote unquote the lack of education. Because we've done that. We do that with white folk. We do that with Hispanics. We do that with immigrants from Africa, from the Caribbean. Well, they just don't know. They just don't know. They just don't know. They just don't know. Now, we can't take our asses to Jamaica and mistreat them and talk about, well, you know what? We're uneducated. Okay. Nobody is going to give us the uneducated pass ever. We can't go anywhere in the
Remember
world
how they
and
did
expect.
Michael B. Jordan with that liquor? Remember how they did him with
Hmm.
that
I do.
alcohol?
We can't go anywhere in the world and expect to get the well, Black Americans, they're being very rude, disrespectful, and they're messing stuff up, but they're uneducated in what they do. We don't get that pass. So when they come over here and they have problematic behaviors, we're expected or to give them a pass for being quote unquote uneducated, even though a lot of them came here and were raised here and grew up here and have the same education system that we went through, have the same access to the internet, to books, to libraries, to all of that, to the media that we do. They're on TikTok. There's apparently a whole Jamaican side of TikTok. So what's going on about this how much longer in the year 2025 where people can do a TikTok live across the world? I see TikTok lives in Jamaica. I see TikTok lives in Africa. So I know y'all got access to the internet and social media. So how much longer, I'm just asking, are we going to allow them to escape with their uneducated past? How much longer? How much longer?
Mm.
But we'll
Hi.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, I'm Jamaican,
Okay.
but the issues is with that with some of
Wait,
our
hold on. Excuse me.
Jamaicans.
I'm sorry. Everybody, let's tap the screen. We going on 500 people in the room, and we don't even have 50K likes. Come on, everybody, right now, tap the screen because I don't want to shut the comments off. I want you guys to speak, but we got to tap the screen because this isn't feeling fair. So everybody, let's tap the screen. Everybody, let's mass tap. Go ahead. She's tapping the screen. I appreciate that. You can go ahead and speak though.
Oh, yeah. What I was saying that most of us Jamaicans, yeah, they
Mm-hmm.
don't care to educate themselves about history, especially Black history. You know, sometimes you try to tell them, they tell you talk too much, you don't want to hear it. Their thing is they're just money hungry.
Mm-hmm.
Everything is about money, money for them. They will do anything at all to go against even their own native in a Jamaica to protect the Chinese man or the whitey man. Do you understand what I'm saying? I went to Jamaica last year and I could not believe the way how they sell out their own people, with a cup of rum in their hand, yeah, and they're defending the whitey person. And no matter how you say to them, say, these are your colonizers, you need to do this, you need to do that. They're not listening to us. They prefer to gang up on you and want to hurt you for those people. So I'm glad that Americans are waking up and see what some Jamaicans are seeing for years. They're sleeping down there. They don't want to fight for the land. They just want to run to a foreign country and escape and come and back and show off on the islanders. That's how they are. You understand? So no matter how you say anything to them, they just want to cuss. They're angry, they're ignorant, and they don't care to know nothing about history and the revolution that the American, provide for us to can even come to America. They don't know these things. They don't care about Tulsa. When they tell them about Tulsa, Oklahoma, they don't want to hear about it. When they tell them about Black Wall Street, they don't want to hear about it. And I'm thinking, Jesus Christ, these people are crazy. They don't want to learn nothing. And I've been having issue with this for years with them. So you know what I do? I just keep my mouth shut and I stay away from them because they will hurt you just to defend another person and a land. Sorry, guys.
Thank you. Accountability just sounds like music to my ears. I just love that. Thank you. And
Yeah.
I appreciate what you're saying because for you to say that verifies and gives validity to what we're saying as not being because people in the chat room saying it's jealousy, we're jealous or we're hateful or whatever. No, this is an experience that even you as a fellow Jamaican, you've experienced and you can attest to this as well too. So this is not something that we're making up. And now that we can address the problem and you are admitting that the same thing we're saying is the same thing you're saying, now that we can address this, now we can actually get to holding those people accountable and addressing problematic behaviors. All right. Because it's very money hungry for you to really hold tourists hostage to trap tourists in your country so you can kind of exploit them so you can exploit them during a natural disaster. That's greedy. That's villain like. For if they like, oh, there's a hurricane, let me leave. You shut the airport down so they can't leave, and now you charging them 50 times for everything else. You're price gouging everything until they can leave. Okay? But you really trapped them there because you shut the flights down before the storm hit. You know, everything's about money and getting over on somebody. And the thing is, and until we address a culture, this doesn't mean everybody, but until we address a culture of I want to get over on somebody and everything, this scarcity mindset, this survivalistic mindset of the second he turns his back, I'm stabbing him because I gotta eat. The second we address that behavior is then we can move forward, but we cannot address that behavior because you guys, every single time we bring it up, you guys say, well, y'all called me an African booty scratcher when I was 10 years old. So we're even. If every time we say, no, y'all got a real big problem, and even Jamaicans are saying the same thing, y'all be all like, well, yeah, we do, but you guys are mean too. So I guess it's 50-50. No, it's not no 50-50 because we don't be doing that. Okay, we've had hurricanes. We got Hurricane Katrina's, and you didn't see us trapping people there and then price gouging people. You didn't see us doing that, trying to take advantage of tourists and things like that. When we go through natural disasters, you see us donating and trying to send resources and send help and do what we can, or at least spread awareness to the situation. That's not what's going on there, you know? And then to make matters worse, the second y'all get the opportunity, y'all try to blame us. Y'all lash out on us over a woman who's not even a Black American.
Shout out to that sister for speaking that real. Also, I appreciate her bringing up the Chinese, because I forgot them damn Chinese over there colonizing the hell out of Jamaica too, and they definitely ain't saying no complaints about them either. I appreciate her speaking that real.
All right, we'll get to Tori and then we'll circle back to Portiz. Tori, you can go ahead and unmute yourself. I guess.
Fine.
Ooh boy, I was just about to kick you. Ooh boy. Okay, you just made it.
All right. So I've been listening a lot of stuff, and I'm Jamaican, and I listen Go Go, and even with the price go,
You muted. He might have a Okay, yeah, go ahead.
the first thing is one. The airport had to close because it was an emergency situation with a storm. Otherwise, the flights, there would be no airline. Granted, these airlines are international. American Airlines, UK Airlines, and airlines from other South America. Jamaica doesn't even have a airline.
You muted again.
Sorry.
Okay.
We don't control the prices of the airline.
Okay. Here's the thing though. Let's, for the sake of the argument, let's give the airline thing a complete pass. Let's say the Jamaican people don't have control of the airlines. They don't. Let's say that, and let's give that a complete pass. Now let's talk about everything else.
Hold on, that's why I'm saying I'm going into steps. Because I heard about the air price gouging and the fact that there's a disaster and they're trapping the country. And I'm saying
Mm-hmm.
even no
Jamaica owns the
Okay,
airport.
come
They
on,
shut
come
down
on,
the
because you keep
airport.
muting, and it's kind of
I don't
disrupting
I
the
just
flow.
wanted to point that out,
Okay,
Afro.
hold on. I used to.
no no American tourist was harmed. And that is Jamaica in itself providing safety to everyone, including African Americans. But no one is talking about that first thing about that. But
Brother.
hey, God bless.
Okay,
Hold on.
I'm gonna let you go. I'm gonna let you go.
Then when it
One
comes on
minute,
to the
1 minute,
hotels,
completely unmuted. Go ahead.
when it comes on to the hotels, we don't control the hotels, and most of the hotels are international hotels that are still related back to the United States. Most of our lands and most of our properties that our beaches are still back to the United States. The thing that Jamaicans are upset about is that Jamaicans that are working in these resources, and there's multiple videos, but the only one that was targeted is the lady from Bermuda, and we were saying tourists in general. But the thing is that even
Mm-hmm.
I've seen Black Americans come here, said they had to talk to a guy because he was complaining that he wanted to go outside and smoke while the storm was passing over the hotel. And even when the board was passing off, and I have to say, like, can you imagine that people are upset? And I understand that people spend their money and they can talk about it. But the thing about it is blaming the people and saying that, hey, they're not doing their best. Everyone wanted to be safe. I have family. I have my grandmother that is in St. Anne that I can't hear from because of a cell service. Elon Musk provided Starlink so that we can hear from people and T-Mobile for free calls. So we're not saying we're not grateful to America. They're helping. But the issue is we're here and we are saying, hey, have a little compassion. A hurricane has passed through our country. Have a little compassion to us as Jamaicans. But hey, the moment we get upset that, hey, you're being rude or you're being mean, it become a thing of, oh, we hate America, black Americans, and that's so unfair because a lot of Jamaicans, we love black American culture and we support it because we see you as our brothers. But then that's the thing, when we say that, you're like, no, we're not brothers.
Okay,
I'm not
let me let
African.
you
And say
let me.
that.
Okay, here's the
So I'm
thing.
just saying.
Even if even if because I don't want to be incorrect, even if we give the flights a pass, and even if we give the hotels a pass, that will be the fault of the government. Then that would be the fault
Again,
of the government, and the government
again.
should be the people who the government should be the entity that angers people the most. But the thing is that we have seen a lashing, we've seen a backlash towards Black Americans in particular. Let's be very clear, because the videos that we've seen, and I've saved them, the videos that we've seen, they're calling out Black Americans specifically. They're not just calling out American tourists, and even the ones excuse me, and even the ones that are calling out Americans, they're all in the comments, Black Americans, Black Americans, Black Americans. So even if they're not saying it in the video, they're saying it and condoning it in the comments. So Black Americans in particular are being singled out. And nobody is sitting up here trying to condone mistreatment of Jamaican people during a Category 5 hurricane. Nobody is doing that. But let's be honest, we're addressing an issue that Jamaicans made an issue. Jamaican people, this is the reality, have made this a problem. You guys have instigated a situation, and their other Jamaican woman came up here, Tish. She said that, yeah, y'all made a wrong assumption. Y'all assumed that
Yes.
that one girl was a Black American and she wasn't. And you guys are making assumptions based off of your bias. You all do have a bias.
And
That's the
okay,
truth.
and I'm saying, okay,
Hold on. I'm almost done. You
uh,
all do have a bias. You guys are making assumptions that every negative thing that you guys see from a person with dark skin, melanated skin, is a FBA person. So you guys attach your bias to that, and you're making videos about that. And instead of holding, like you said, instead of holding the government accountable, the resorts accountable, the airline accountable, the thing that we see the most is you guys lashing out on Black Americans for being rude to staff members. And if we want to talk about the price gouging, it's not just the airports and the hotels. We're talking about food in different stores. We're talking about travel, taxis, and all of these things. They're double, tripling, and quadrupling their prices because they're taking advantage of the storm. There are stores that are selling food that are quadrupling their prices because they're taking advantage to the storm. So there's price gouging all throughout the island, and it's not just the airports and in the hotel or the resort. And my thing is that we're not gonna sit up here and say, well, oh, my bad. No, let's now that y'all did it, y'all showed y'all hand. Now we have to have the conversation where we address the bias that you all have, because y'all made this assumption that she was one of us because of your bias.
I
Admit
want
that,
to
please, sir.
understand what is the bias because again, I'm hearing that, oh, we get up and we hate African Americans and
No.
we just gotta hold on, and I just want to know, right? If we have such a bias, right? Why would we get up and just say, oh, we hate African Americans? It's like almost like people can't say something about that issue where,
Okay,
and I
well,
said
brother, that's a straw man
hold
argument,
on,
brother.
there are
Sir,
multiple
sir,
videos.
because you're derailing. You're derailing. That's a straw man argument because nobody said y'all hate. Okay, when we say there's a bias, you can have a bias against somebody without hating them or without hating their culture. You can have a bias without doing that, but you all do have a bias. You do, and
I want
it's
to know what the bias is because I've been hearing it, but what is the bias? What is it? I want to know. I want to say it in a
Okay,
sentence and
okay. One
explain it.
moment, one moment, one moment. Were you in the room when I discussed how, since y'all been able to migrate here in large numbers, that y'all never stood in alliance with Black Americans? Were you
I
in the
think he
room when I talked
was.
about the things they're doing in our government? How about Kamala? I ain't gonna do anything specifically for black people. Meanwhile, CARICOM is in existence and nobody talked bad about CARICOM fighting for y'all reparations. Brian Donalds, who is of Jamaican and Panamanian descent. Oh no, too many black people. My mother and my father wouldn't get it. Y'all willingly migrated here to an already built infrastructure, didn't drop no blood on this land, and then deny its repair. Like, come on, y'all just got a willful ignorance about y'all.
They do,
Besides
and
that, Bonnie.
it's a deny BX. It's such a denial of accountability, and it's a shame to see grown men behave this way. It's a shame to see that this is the behavior of the men, because if I see the men behaving this way, I can't expect anybody else to act differently. I can't expect a community or ethnicity to behave any differently than the grown men, because we are, as grown men, we are the people who are supposed to be setting the example of how the community and the culture conducts itself. And if I see the grown men making excuses and being dishonest, I can't see a bright future for that community. And what I'm saying is, you're saying that there's no bias when there's been multiple people who are tourists who have complained about their resort stay, which there is legitimacy for their complaint. There's been multiple people who complained about their resort stay, but over the overwhelming amount of videos I've seen in response from the Jamaican people have been about Black Americans in particular. You all almost completely skipped over the YT people. You almost completely skipped over any of the non-Black people who are in the resort. For the most part, like out of every one or two videos you see of a white person or them talking about the white person, they've made 5 or 6 videos talking about the Black American or who they perceive to have been a Black American person. And that is because of a bias. You all are more angry at what you are, at who you think are Black American, than you are at the general situation. And that's why most of the videos are being made towards or directed and are highlighted towards Black American people. And I'm not talking about you guys are mad at their behavior. You all are using this, and this is why I say it's a bias, because you all are using this as a excuse to talk about Black American culture. You guys are using this as an excuse to say how uneducated we are, how spoiled we are, how entitled we are, how we don't take any accountability, how selfish we are, how ungrateful, all of these things about our culture. How we get handed everything and we don't know what it's like. So I'm seeing this become an opportunity for you guys to dig in, and it's really giving you all it's giving people the opportunity to say what they wanted to say for the longest time. You understand? And this is why I'm saying, okay, the bias is very clear now. It's very clear. It's very clear. And if you all won't address it, because it's the truth, we all know it. And if you all, as the grown men of that nation, won't address that bias, then nothing is going to get solved. And I don't know how old you are. You seem like a young man. I don't know how. I'm not going to make any assumptions about you or your age. I know you're over 18 because you have to be in order to be here. But as the men of a community, you all have to create the order and keep and maintain the order of that community. And if the order of the community is always shifting the blame, is never taking accountability, if the order of that community, if the men of that community refuses to take accountability, if the men of that community refuses to fix their own internalized problem, then the community cannot see a brighter future, because it just won't happen. If the men are always running away, fleeing to another country, always dodging accountability, always hiding from problems, what do you think the future of that nation is going to look like, or that ethnic group? And I'm not beating up on you, but I'm telling the truth, because this is a big elephant in the room that everybody has been ignoring for generations, and now we're addressing it. I just want you, we'll pause right there, and I want you to think about that. Okay. And I need everybody to tap the screen. And if you're listening on YouTube, hit that like button. Everybody, let's hit that like button. All right.
Brother, I just got to work. I got to get the hell up out of here. I'm
All
sorry to
right.
get closing thoughts right quick. But, love y'all. Thoughts and prayers to the people in Jamaica. Y'all just need to focus on the bigger issue, which is getting together your country, because it is in shambles right now because of that damn hurricane. And again, thoughts and prayers to the Jamaicans over here, baby. Worry about the people in your homeland. Okay. Y'all really ain't got too much room to talk because y'all are not over there. Okay. So please get your priorities together. I know it might be some Black Americans complaining again. We got the right to complain, baby. We spent too much goddamn money to be over there, be stuck over there in the way that they are. Thoughts and prayers to the black Americans over there. I hope they make it back home. And any other tourists that's not from there that needs to make it back home. So yeah. But yeah, that's all I got to say. I got to go. I love y'all
All
though.
right, all right, all right, all right.
Love you too, ZZ. I say that we don't have to pay people that disrespect us. They act like white tea people. Very entitled, very emboldened, just feel they could say anything to us and we supposed to accept it. I believe there's a travel advisory against Black Americans going to Jamaica. I say we make it permanent. There are other islands that you don't see their flags all up on these apps bothering us and getting on our nerves and being so disrespectful. Jamaica isn't the only beautiful island out there. And if they can't get it together, then we don't have to give them our money. Since when we pay people who disrespect us? They've been doing it for years. We just wasn't paying attention, just like the Africans been doing it. I'm tired of them. So my money's been going from them since 2024. Do I want some ackee and saltfish? Hell yeah. But am I going to pay the people that disrespect me and my lineage? Hell no. And I suggest Black Americans get on board. We can find other places to go. We do have beautiful beaches here as well. I propose a travel club because one thing I noticed, Afroleet, is that the immigrants are partaking in our culture. I'm in New York. I want to go to a trail ride. Why we don't get some travel clubs and partake in different cities' culture that is foundational Black American? But I think they deserve a boycott. That'll straighten that shit right on up.
All right.
White.
Let's get to Portis, and then we can get to Queen Black. Oh, we'll get to Portis, then we'll get to foundational.
You know, I meant what I said earlier, but I'm just tired. Like, I'm at this line where I've been pushed over. I'm tired. I've been trying to hold these other people in this fake ass diaspora to a certain standard, but they'll never meet it. They are who they are. I am from Detroit, Michigan, and I like real straight to the point shit. And they so full of just bullshit. Like, I be over here so irritated, and I just gift you as much as I can because your patience, man. If you could spread that over here a little bit, because I'm sick of these motherfuckers. Like BX, no, I'm locked and loaded, and I'm ready to go. But like, no, I can't really articulate what I'm thinking because I'm still frustrated. Yes, when I made the comment about them and the hurricane situation, someone in the comments said, "Don't say that about them because what about Katrina?" Katrina was in 2006, and one thing about Katrina, my people did their thing. I remember my mother and her nurse friends catching a damn bus like a Greyhound from Detroit and was gone for weeks. To you know what I'm saying? The way our people come together. The only mishaps during Katrina was on the behalf of the government. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like ain't nobody got shit on us. I'm gonna keep gifting in the comments, y'all. I'm just frustrated. I'm tired of them. Do better. Galvanize y'all people. Get some resources and build that MF.
All right. And I want to say something as men as well too. And I'm not a leader. Some people like, yeah, you're a leader. You're a leader. No, the code is the leader. There's no one individual that's the leader. Not anymore. Not today. The code is the leader. But every community has the men in the community, and the men in the community need to hold themselves accountable for the success of the community, because your community is really a family to you. Okay, now you have your direct family that you're responsible for, but your community is also a family. If you think about it, if you really think about it, your community is kind of a family too, because and you can't escape that. Okay, just like you can't escape your ethnicity, you can't escape your community is really a family. And as the hold on everybody, let's mute, hold on. And as the men of the community, as the men of a family, you're supposed to be able to lead the family, and then you need to be able to lead the community as well too. And by that, you do that by example. And you leading in a very bad example if we are consistently seeing excuses, if we're consistently seeing a shift of the blame, a lack of accountability, a refusal to admit that you're wrong, if we're consistently seeing that from the men who are supposed to be the example of the community, we can't expect, I'm not saying it can't happen, but we can't expect to see more out of a community than the standard that the men hold. So it's up to men to hold the other men accountable for their behavior, because by doing that, that will raise the bar of the community. That will raise the standard of that community, which will fix it. And I'm not saying that the women can't do anything or not responsible either, but I'm specifically calling the men out for that behavior. All right. But with that being said, let me move on to my brother Foundation.
Peace, 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 fam. How y'all doing? Hope all is well. BX and Afro and the rest of the panel. Hope all is
Hey.
well. I'm gonna start off by saying,
Boss.
um, when it comes to Black Americans, we are the epitome of love. When you look at love in the dictionary, you'll see our picture with a huge smile on our face. So it's always gonna be much love and respect to the people that's over there that's going through what they're going through. But we're gonna speak real when it come down to what's going on, right? Because one thing people like to do is they like to throw rocks and hide their hands and then wait in the bushes until you respond, and then they want to come out the bushes. We're not going to play that game, right? So people want to talk about the Black Americans, and they were the topic of discussion over the people that's getting unallowed, over the storm that's the hurricane that's 165, 170 mile per hour winds at going at 2 miles per hour, category 5. We were the top of the discussion. People are making it seem like, well, you Black Americans are trying to make yourself the main character. We didn't say nothing as a whole. We didn't say nothing as a whole. You guys bring us up. We respond. One thing about Black Americans, we're mirrors, right? And so the energy you give out is the energy you're going to get right back. You give good energy, you're going to get good energy right back. You give bad energy, well, we coming right for you. We're not playing no game. So therefore, you guys bring us up and made us the topic of discussion. And this is why I said people really don't care about their fellow countrymen. They don't care about what's going on. What they care about is the optics. They care about what's being said online rather than really helping their community. Because had they really cared, if that happened to my people, I don't care what somebody doing. Let me take care of my people first, and then we will address what happened. And then we will address what happened. Now, somebody said, stop using Jamaica for clout. We are the clout. We are the culture. We are the trendsetters of the earth.
And
Let's be
brother,
clear. But no, but let me
do
keep it
you see the
moving.
lack of accountability? We using
Yes,
Jamaicans for clout. They bought us up,
exact.
like you
That's my
just said.
point. We just wouldn't be in the conversation had they not brought us up. We wouldn't even be talking about it. We probably would have been, tears and prayers and thoughts and all these other things. We would have been, saying things like that. But they brought us up and then want us to twiddle our fingers and not say nothing when they disrespect. And that's what the so-called diaspora do. That's the problem. They want to be able to say what they want to say, and you're supposed to sit down and twiddle your fingers. We're not doing that, family. We've been doing that for the last 65 years, and the last 3 years, we're calling it out. We're no longer going to be the carpet that the world walk all over no more. We're not doing that no more, right? And so now let's say the people that they talked about, another thing that I don't like is the cosplaying, right? Because the cosplaying is why we in this predicament now. The majority of the people that said what they said was a Trini American. It was somebody from Bermuda. It was multiple people. How do you know that's a Black American? You don't have their genealogy. You don't have that, but these people cosplay so good because we are the trendsetters. That goes back to that person said Jamaica's clout. But anyway, we are the trendsetters that people cosplay us to the T that people think they're the Black American. That's the problem. And so we're tired of taking the people dumping their garbage on us. And then we got to take the brunt of people garbage. And then with something positive, they want to say, I'm insert country American. We're not doing that no more. And then let's say it was a Black American that said that, right? Let's say it was a Black American that said that. That said, not just that day. Let's say it's a Black American that go into your country to say, we expect a certain standard. Yes, we expect a certain standard. See, the problem is y'all look at us in the lens of how you guys see yourselves because you guys live the reality y'all live. We live a totally different reality, and y'all let the YT media show y'all something different. Y'all think we out here moving poor or living poor. Only 17.9% of Black Americans is in poverty. The rest is middle to upper class. So we have a certain way of living and standards. Let's be clear. Let's be real. We have these conversations. We have more millionaires than the people in Jamaica. Let's be clear. So when we talking about people that made the United States of America a first world country, from the street lights to the doorknob to the refrigerator to the GPS to the everything that made the United States a first world country, in the belly of the beast, we looking at y'all with your own black country. Like, what are y'all doing? Y'all don't have systems in place and things stopping y'all, and governments and things that's trying to undermine what y'all got going on. And so we looking at y'all like, hold on, we expecting a certain standard. So this is, it's not that we trying to flex. This is how we actually live. So that's, it's not trying to undermine or trying to disrespect. It's, we waiting for the rest of the fam. We look at y'all at a higher standard. And when y'all don't meet that standard, y'all want to get mad at us instead of stepping it up and going home and fixing your homeland up. That's the problem. So now I'm gonna get to a few points. I'm gonna be quick, brother. I'm gonna be quick. Where are the Pan-Africanists? That's what I want to know, because for the last 65 years, we've been pushing Pan-Africanism down our throats. Now is the time to see it in application. Where are the African countries coming together, galvanizing together to help the country of Jamaica out? Where they at? Because one thing I do know is that Jamaica, it go the hardest for Africa, right? The Haley, the Ethiopian brother, that's like their god in Jamaica, right? But you don't see none of them helping them out. And this is why I say Pan-Africanism is one-sided, right? And are people reaching to blame Black America? Of course. This was something that some people were already looking for something, and they found the reason. This is why they didn't do the research to see what kind of people, who is this person is, what's their background. They didn't care. There's their reason. Let's go. We don't care what's going on. We don't care if there's a storm going on, people getting unalive. Let's talk about some Black Americans and make this the topic of the discussion. Now, people said, yeah, we talked about the other people and we talked about the white tea woman, and but it didn't go nowhere as viral, and it wasn't nowhere near as much people making as much noise the way y'all talked about Black America. Let's stop playing games.
Yeah.
Stop playing games, family. So again, y'all want to get mad, get mad. Don't bring us up. I promise you, we out your way. You bring us up, then we're going to say something, regardless of what the situation is. Obviously, y'all don't care about your own situation, so y'all want us to care about your situation. No, if you don't care enough to bring us up, then we shouldn't care more than you than not to respond. And I'll land on that, brother. Thank you for allowing me to talk.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate you always. And I want to say this as well too, as far as what you were saying, as far as the right to complain. When people are like, well, they're going through a hurricane, so why don't you guys be sympathetic and all of that stuff? I do see a lot of sympathy. I see a lot of sympathy going around, but we're going to have to be honest about the fact that the tourists there who are complaining or who do dislike their treatment, they do have a legitimate reason. Let me ask you this: before you get mad at somebody for complaining, are you all going to give the tourists their money back? Hold on, let me just think about that. Before you get mad at the tourists for complaining about their stay, are you planning on giving them their money back? No. Are y'all not planning on giving no money back? So if y'all are going to take 100% of their money, then they have a right to complain about the fact that they don't like their trip. Because y'all not giving nobody no more extra anything. Y'all not giving nobody, y'all not saying, okay, we'll come back next time for 50% off. Y'all not doing nothing. And these people's trips are terrible, and they do have a right to complain about that. If they paying for it, I mean, I might as well. Because y'all not giving nobody no money back. So stop. Now let's get to Black Queen. Let's get to Black Queen. Somebody says the resort owners are not okay. The lack of accountability. Come on now. Let's get to Black Queen. Go ahead. And it's not just the resort. Y'all keep trying to blame the resort. It's not just the resort. It's the whole situation. Okay, well, Black Queen is not here, so we're gonna get to Atis. or ATIS. ATIS,
Hi.
how you doing?
Um, I'm from Atlanta, but I'm a Guyanese descent.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Um, okay. I was listening towards you guys, and y'all were talking about Jamaica and America. I mean, I've been on a live back to back with Americans and stuff. I mean, I agree with what y'all were saying. And I agree with what y'all are saying, but y'all gotta understand the resorts don't owned by the Jamaicans. I hope y'all get that, but
Mm-hmm. We know.
I also think that the U.S. embassy need to help out the American citizens too, but they're not helping either in this issue.
When I said the whole thing about are you all gonna give them their money back, the thing is that you all, the people who are making the videos, I'm not saying you, but the people who are making the videos are not even advocating that the tourists get any of their money back or any type of benefit, any credit, anything. They're not getting anything back. So if they're not getting anything back, whether the Jamaicans own the resort or not is kind of unconsequential at this point, because if they're not getting anything back, then they do have a right to complain, because the money, truth be told, the money of tourism does go to the Jamaicans' GDP. They do. Okay. And that's a fact. And it's a very huge part of the GDP. That is a fact. And the thing is that if the issue is not with the tourists, if the issue is with the government, why are people reaching to drag us, to blame us, instead of calling out the government, calling out the resort owners, calling out the airlines and all of this stuff, calling out the people who are not properly, or who have not been properly preparing for the situation. There's been people who have not been preparing for the situation, who are taking advantage of the situation. And yet what we see is the Jamaican people reaching so they can blame us, so they can get mad at us, so they can denigrate our culture and how we were raised and how we were brought up and our principles and values. So that's where we at. Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you. That's where we at. Okay. That's where we at. And y'all, first off, please take our flags down. Please take our flags down. Y'all don't know. Y'all don't get to do that. And as my brother Foundational said, y'all want to say anything and everything about us. Y'all feel the authority to speak on us anytime y'all want to, in any way you all want to. Y'all had our ethnicity and our lineage in your mouths. You all initiated an incident, a problem. We were not talking about Jamaicans. Jamaicans started making videos and live streams about us. So now that we're clapping back, now that we're having a response to it, now that y'all want to be like, leave Jamaican people alone. Well, don't start nothing, won't be nothing. Y'all can't start issues, and then when there's issues, y'all want to say, leave us alone. It don't work that way. No, it don't work that way. Nobody is bullying y'all. First off, for the very most part, we've been very respectful and calm the whole time. Nobody is bullying y'all or beating y'all up or wishing harm on y'all or anything of the sort. But y'all started this problem, and now we're here now. Now we're here. And y'all do not get to dictate where we go from here. All right. Let me see. Okay, well, now we're going to get to Toledo. Oh, wait, no, not Toledo. Pharaoh. Let's get to Pharaoh. He was here first. Pharaoh was here. And then we'll get to Toledo.
Yo,
What's the word, bro?
okay, so from what I learned today, a lot of Jamaicans that be coming over here, they be coming over from like these high class families in Jamaica to where they were like politicians or something, and then they move over here
Mm,
and get into politics over here. And a lot
mm.
of them that do that, they move to neighborhoods that are not red line, I should say. So they move to like these more democratic viewed cities where the racism ain't hidden. I mean, where the racism is hidden. They're not living out like in the hood or in
What
the
is going on? Why do
countryside
I?
and where it's a lot more
Don't. If
privilege.
you unmute yourself again, sister, I'm gonna have to. I don't know. I'm gonna have to remove you. Please don't do that, please. Go ahead,
So,
Pharaoh.
so they move to these cities that are not as
Okay,
ain't
now you're giving
that's not
troll
as poor,
energy
that
by
has
the
a
fact
lot of
that you
poor
keep doing
white
that.
people a lot of poor white people inside of them. So they don't experience the shit that the average Black American experience, especially if they moved over here between the 90s and as say as early as 2015. If they didn't moved over here between them two times, they really have not experienced nothing that a Black American has experienced, and they don't educate themselves on the Black American experience. They don't educate themselves on Black American history. They come over here from these prevalent families in Jamaica, where we already know Jamaica is a third world environment. So they already got privilege in Jamaica. Then they come over here and they even got more privilege because they're looked at as foreigners and not Americans. So even though that they're black, so they come over here and they compare themselves not even to the most highest prevalent Black American. They compare themselves to the lowest prevalent Black American, and then that's why they got this whole attitude about them that they're better because they're not comparing themselves to the people to the class of Black American that they should, and then they don't have any knowledge on Black Americans' experience nor our history, so they just willfully ignorant and
Mm,
docile and asshole natured about everything because of basically how they think. And the reason why they think the way they think is because they just want to be up under white people so bad. And it's a fucking shame. Because instead of you learning and educating yourself on the people that you come over here and you favor and look alike, you want to be up under the oppressor, the same people that's over there kicking your backside in. That's why you left your home country to begin with, because you felt like it'll be a lot more easier on you over here. So instead of you just getting adjusted to how shit is really working over here, you just want to get ahead and get money and have this position of power. And then when things don't go your way, like we see right now in the Virginia's mayor election right now, they have a Jamaican background a candidate that's running right now, and things ain't going her way because Donald Trump didn't give her a proper endorsement. So now they're trying to play, oh, she's the first black woman to get this put to run for this candidacy and we should vote for her. And no, she already said that black Americans need to get over slavery. We don't deserve reparations, and that it just is what it is. We basically just need to get over the shit. And I'm like, no, don't try to play that black woman card now. And they always try to play that card in order to get us to go rally and get behind a political bull crap when it don't have no
okay,
benefit
I'm
for us
gonna have you
whatsoever.
land, and then
Oh
we're
yeah, I
gonna
can let my play right
yeah,
there.
because I want to get to the next few speakers. Now, ma'am, you said bring you up. You wanted to come up, and now you ran. Don't do that. Okay. Now you had your opportunity. So if I don't bring you up for the rest of the live, don't say nothing because you were up here and you left voluntarily. So let's get to Toledo.
Yes, good afternoon, everybody. I'm not American. I'm actually from Bermuda, and my father's Jamaican. So when I come across you live, I listen to the words you're saying, and to me, it's I don't like it. I don't support it. And one of the persons that they were talking about is actually from my country.
Who?
So Bermudians are British, right? So we're British colony. So our dollar is one for one. The cost of living is high here, so people are pretty much privileged compared to Jamaica. So when I came across the girl's video, and a lot of people think she's American, she's not American. She's from Bermuda, but we have some similarities. We're in a situation where we have that European privilege. And when I think about Jamaica, I think about those hotels that are down there. Those hotels are not Jamaican owned; they're European owned, and you have some American owned companies. So when I saw those videos, it bothered me in the sense where you have people attacking Jamaicans, locals down there, and they're making probably less than $10 an hour, and the anger and the frustration that's been directed towards the locals bothers me because you have again these are European corporations. So who are the enemy here? And this separation of the diaspora to me bothers me because I'm saying to myself we're so quick to attack each other, but the real enemy is just sitting back and watching, making
Can I
money.
can I can I say
Now, as
something?
true as that is, brother, who did the attacking in this situation? Who started the attacking in this situation?
Which video are you talking about? So my is
I'm
okay.
talking about the
So
situation we're here. We're here because it was Jamaicans who started denigrating black Americans. It was Jamaicans who
hold on.
instigated a issue with black Americans.
So when you have folks, everything right now, everyone's trying to make money off of TikTok, right? So when you post those videos online, you make them public, and some of those things are going to catch on, and it's going to go international. So I get why people are posting those videos, but we're posting videos of each other. We're posting videos showing the worst side of us, and we know we are not a monolith. We all are descendants of Africans. We know that, right?
Can I?
And
Brother,
so
brother,
my
Oh,
thing
my
is
bad.
at
that's
the end of the
you're
day, hold on, hold
pivoting.
on, hold on, hold
You're
on. Let me finish.
pivoting. You're pivoting.
If I can, Afro, after you're done, I would like to.
You're pivoting because I want to talk about this particular situation with and that's why the whole thing is in highlight. The Jamaican hurricane. I'm talking about the Jamaican hurricane. So let's keep the conversation centered around the Jamaican hurricane. Because I'm gonna say this, and then I'm gonna say this, and then Foundational's gonna say what he has to say, and then I want to get your response to it. And we're being respectful and having a conversation as grown men, so I'm not gonna disrespect you, but I'm gonna say this: the situation with the hurricane, we saw it, and the people and foundational black Americans did not make it an issue, and we did not denigrate the Jamaican people. We didn't wish harm. We didn't make fun of them. We didn't make light of the situation. We did not do that. But it was the only people who said anything was the Jamaican people. And they've made multiple, it wasn't like one video that went viral. I'm talking about it's video, and I've saved them. It's video after video after video after video. And then there's been multiple live streams about it too, where they're singling out black Americans. There's in the video, they're singling us out and talking about we don't know how to act when we leave a country. We're so ignorant. We think that we're the center of the world. We think that everything's about us. We're so ungrateful. We're so empathetic. We're so entitled. It was them saying that for a minute. They were saying that for a minute. Turns out they were wrong about who they were saying that about. It wasn't one or two people. It was a few of those videos. And as foundational black Americans, we are sick of people reaching to find a reason to denigrate us, because you guys reached to find a reason and you were wrong. But you wanted a issue with us, or you wanted to make a video saying something about us, because there is a deep bias and anger and vitriol that exists among you all. Does it exist among every single last one of you all 100%? No, there's no absolutes, but it does exist among the collective of people. It does. So you all started this problem, and this is why we're here. So Foundation, you had to say something, or you wanted to say something.
I'll be quick. So for me, I love the gaslighting. I love it, right? Because one, instead of saying as somebody from Bermuda, right? And as people from my culture or my people that did this, that started this whole thing, for the Jamaicans to say, hey, that's a black American, right? That's wrong, and I want to, as a man, I apologize that take some kind of accountability. What he did was he made excuses and said, well, we a little privileged because we hang with the white tea. And we make a little money. We won for $1, so we a little bit more privileged than Jamaica. So he made that excuse and that excuse on why she did that, instead of saying no, what she said was wrong. As somebody from Bermuda, I'm gonna stand up and be a man and say that's wrong. That's one. Two, another thing that he did was try to blame the white D. Now you're not gonna tell me that Jamaicans are so primitive that they don't have a mind of their own, that the white T is gonna control their mind and everything they think and say. We're not going to play that game. See, every time when it comes down to them taking the responsibility and accountability, they always want to cling on to the white man. Well, the white man did this and the white man did that. We having a us conversation. See, the problem with the immigrant class is that they always had the white team man on their mind. That's like they God. They think about them all day. They talk about them all day. We can have a full conversation about us, but they're gonna always find a way to blame the white tee. It gotta come to a point in time where you gotta stop blaming the white tee and take accountability for your own actions. Because I refuse to believe, because I look at you in a higher light. Well, I try to look at y'all in a higher light. And I refuse to believe that you guys are really that primitive, that the YT have that much control of your minds, that it's always the YT fault. I refuse. But if the more you guys keep proving that, I'm going to start to believe you guys are moving and operating in a primitive manner, right? And so again, when it comes down to it, it's lack of accountability. And what should have happened? Let me tell you what should have happened that would have stopped this quote unquote diaspora war. All of the Jamaicans, all of the people from Bermuda should have stepped in front and said, as a Jamaican, why are we coming at the black Americans when we have a full category 5 storm? This is not right. Let's focus on our people. And guess what black Americans would have did? Black Americans would have did. We would have sat back and twiddled our fingers. We have no energy. You right. They checking their own. We good. Shout outs to you. We would have said nothing. I promise you there would be no lives. There'd have been no videos. It wouldn't have been nothing. But guess what? Y'all sit back, y'all let your loud minority run rampant, and the quiet majority sit back while the loud minority run rampant. And the moment we respond, the quiet majority want to come out the bushes and now want to cry and complain all of a sudden. We're not y'all, you guys are gaslighters. You guys should be ashamed of yourself. I'm not falling for the gaslighting tactics. You can play with somebody else. And I'll land on that. Thank you, Afro.
Oh, thank you. And I'm gonna let you respond, but this is what I was talking about the grown men of the community, and we need to have 100,000 likes. So everybody, let's tap the screen. We're there. We're almost there. We're almost there. So everybody, let's tap the screen real quick. Toledo, you can go ahead and respond.
All right, so this is my thing, right? So yes, there was one Bermudian, but I saw plenty of other videos, my friends. There was plenty. Even the couple.
But okay, there were plenty other videos of
Cut
who.
me off. It's either you want to hear me to take part in the conversation or you
Go
don't.
ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
My thing is that there were plenty of videos, right? There were one. The most popular one was obviously the one from Bermuda. I get that, and like I said, I don't claim that. And again, I'm half Jamaican, so for me, I look at it from both sides. So I definitely see where that privilege come in. I would say absolutely it's privilege. But when it came to those videos, there's plenty of videos out there. And again, I'm not trying to gaslight anybody. And when I sit back and I look at the situation that goes on in Europe, the situation that goes in America, I just see a whole bunch of minorities fighting amongst each other. So for me, I definitely see it where, again, as we keep on fighting each other, the Europeans continue to win, and I will always say that, regardless of how you feel. And to sit there and put yourself in a category to say that we are the chosen, we are the ones, we are the trendsetters, and it ain't even just Black Americans. If speaking from around the world, most people have this thing about America, and it ain't even your fault. Because if you go to the history of America and you see what they've done, even when it comes to South America, what they've done in Africa.
Okay, now we're
Hold
getting
on, hold
off
on, hold
subject.
on, hold on,
We're getting
hold on.
off subject, though. We're getting off
Right.
subject.
Keep it on Black
Okay,
American.
we're getting
Black.
off subject because that's going to be a whole nother thing. That's a whole nother conversation.
Can I ask him a
Can I
question?
say this, Afro Lee? I want to say this. I think when you say you look in America and all you see is a bunch of minorities fighting, we're not minorities. We're not. Black Americans descend from those who built this country, who fought for every civil right that lets the melanated groups come here and they feel so emboldened and entitled to do things like show up at our reparations hearings. But since y'all are so much bigger than us, so much doing so much better than us, stop showing up there. Stop using our civil rights. Fight for your own stuff. Of course, we're trendsetters. Our trend is staying home and making it work. Y'all don't
Period.
stay home.
Can
Period.
where did you say you were from again? Bermuda, right? Bermuda. I don't know why I'm not saying that correctly. Right? That's where you were from, correct? You can answer that.
Yes, I'm from Bermuda. I still live there.
Bermuda. Okay. Here's the thing. If the woman was there, it should be accountability from the Bermudan people. Okay, it should. And the thing is that
Accountability.
what we've seen is that when we get bashed, it's all under the guise of quote unquote tough love. We get bashed under tough love, under correction, under calling out problematic behavior. When the diaspora calls Black America, foundational Black Americans out, there's never any, well, we shouldn't be doing that. It shouldn't be minorities fighting minorities. We should all get along. This is what the Europeans want. The Europeans want us to fight and they want us to be divided. I mean, we be getting, hold on, everybody, let's mute because there's an echo. We be getting drugged by the diaspora, unprovoked, because we did not provoke the situation with Jamaicans. We didn't. We get drugged unprovoked, and then we have the bystanders, which are y'all, who will sit there and will whistle by that. And then the second we say, okay, now we're not going to do that. We're not going to do that. And then when we stand up and we defend ourselves, because that's what we're doing right now. When we stand up and defend ourselves, then y'all come in trying to play defense, talking about, oh, we shouldn't fight. We shouldn't divide ourselves. We should all be getting along. Can't we all agree to disagree? This is what the European wants. When that is not the energy that you all have with the people who initiate the problem. And this is not the first time we've seen this. This is every single time the diaspora has an issue with us, which they do a lot. Every single time the diaspora has an issue with us, we have people on the sidelines as spectators, not doing or saying anything. And then the second we get up and defend ourselves, they want to jump in the field and say, hey guys, hold on. No fighting, no fighting, no fighting. No, come on now. We're not doing that. We're not doing that. Where y'all get to allow us to be denigrated with no pushback, no defense of us. But then when we want to defend ourselves, because nobody else going to do it, when we want to defend ourselves, then y'all want to jump in the ring and y'all say, hey, hold on. This is what the European man wants. Well, okay. Well, damn. So we just get to get beat up. So defending ourselves is a problem, but not starting the situation. Are we going to have a live? Are you going to have a live saying that the Jamaicans were wrong for assuming that that woman was a Black American? Are we going to have an apology live that's just as loud as the live that was denigrating us? Or are we going to say, hey, my bad. I didn't know. But is the apology going to be as loud as the disrespect? We don't see that. We don't
Hold
see it.
on. No. Again, because very much so. I can tell you straight up right now. That young lady that put the video, she was getting crucified here. The thing is, we don't post on TikTok because nobody gets paid for TikTok. TikTok doesn't pay every country to be on there, so nobody here really puts information out there because you're not getting nothing from it. So if a person decides to do it, that's their own personal choice. She decided to put it out there.
Brother,
Listen.
okay.
If
And
you
this
want
is
it
the
again.
Wait, that's really stupid. You know, when I came on Facebook, I learned so much Black history from free groups. It doesn't matter about getting paid. What matters is that the information gets out there. And I want to say this. Y'all don't need to deflect to the white tee because y'all allowed yourselves to be tools of white tee, right? We fought the white tee man the longest, right? We are actually outnumbered here. We've never stopped fighting him. Y'all have gotten in our way. So I don't think you was here when we were explaining about the stuff that the Caribbean does when they migrate here. And we're only addressing the Caribbean because of the disrespect of what happened during the hurricane. But we usually got smoke for everybody. It's just y'all turn to catch this smoke. Like, how much longer are we supposed to accept that disrespect when we give y'all businesses billions in tourism? Right? Billions in the shops that y'all have here. Y'all are really losing your culture here in New York, and I don't understand why. But the disrespect that's following it, I'm never dealing with y'all again. I'm never voting for a Caribbean again. I'm never going to a Caribbean business again. I'm actually telling my people the strongest thing that change a person's behavior is a boycott. So this isn't a WAR. This is some straightening. And until y'all straighten up and address that mindset that y'all migrate here to, we're not minorities. Y'all are. And y'all need to address y'all behavior, not deflect from it. So we don't need to hear about the white tea man. We know the devil. But y'all came here and have become the devil's helper. And I take it to the government, the things y'all doing in our government. And y'all never address that. Never. And that's
Okay,
what Marshall means by gaslighting our land.
we're gonna move on. We're gonna move on to
Afro,
some of
can
the
I
other
ask him a
speakers.
question?
Go ahead.
Toledo, did you join any Jamaicans live and tell them to stop talking about Black Americans and how this is, divisive and the white man is winning? Did you go to them and say this? Toledo.
You can answer that.
Well, number one, I just came across this. This is not something I go and look for. So I sit back and I listen. What I will say,
Is the answer no? Sorry.
ooh, this is the first chat I come on. What do you want me to say? Of course, no.
Oh, okay, so you haven't seen anything. You just literally seen our response. I find that so interesting how y'all never see what we're responding to, but y'all are always present at the response. That timing is impeccable. Like, how are y'all always able to see the response? Like, y'all are present then. Like, how are y'all able to do that consistently? Can you give me some insight into that?
Absolutely.
Because that's
Because the way how
incredible. That's an incredible skill.
hold on, the way how the TikTok algorithms works, we get a lot of American content all over the
Okay, so
world.
you never seen Jamaican content. You're not on Caribbean content. That's
The way how the TikTok's algorithm works is you guys are popularized, right? So what happens is we come across American stuff first. So the American videos that came out, that's what we saw.
okay.
So
So this video. So this is the first time you're hearing about the situation with Jamaicans.
first time hearing you say alive, I tell you, I just come across your live.
No, I mean like this entire situation. Like
I
you
don't
haven't
I
sing
don't
any videos
follow
from Jamaicans at all.
in
Just
all due
curious.
respect, I don't follow the page. It just came across and then I heard the
No,
comment.
I mean this particular situation. This is the first video live you're seeing of this situation. Is this live?
Mm.
No, I saw what was trending. The
Oh wait, so
conversation.
you did see Jamaicans actually caught bashing Black Americans?
You said live. So which one is it? You talking about the videos or lives? You talking about the videos that you go through that comes on
He
your
means the subject. Anybody
So
discussing the
yeah,
subject.
all right.
Come
So
on,
you
don't
haven't
get
if we
these.
if we want to do the difference
which
between
one?
lives and videos, sure. For
So which one
videos,
you at?
then did
Yes.
you leave a comment on those videos to Jamaicans and say, "Hey, this is bashing. This is divisive for the diaspora. The white man is winning." Did you leave those comments?
Did I leave those comments
Yeah.
specific to defend Americans? That's what
No,
you
to
asked.
defend the unity that you're preaching to us.
The unity. I'm watching the videos. I'm watching the response.
So did you
There's
leave a
certain
comment
there's
to
videos we're not
Jamaicans
talking
with the
about
same
unity.
message
There's
that you're
videos
coming
we're
to
not
us
talking
with
about
of
unity.
this is something that the white man is
This
winning
is a
over
FBA chat, right? So FBA chat specific.
Toledo? Are you it's just a yes or no
You're proving
question.
her
No, how
point.
was it
If
answering
you
your
It's
don't
just
question?
a
know, if
yes
you
or no
don't know
question,
that, come
Toledo.
on.
Ma'am, you're asking me a question. You asking me a question for a specific topic. We're talking about unity. I came
Right,
across
exactly. So I'm asking you,
but
did you
why would I make a conversation
Dude.
about
If you don't understand her question, why are you over talking her then?
no? What you mean? Why
or
I'm
do you
trying
need sorry, do you need clarity from my conversation to my
no, first you
question?
said hold on. First you said live, then you
Mm-hmm.
said video. The
No,
question
you're
which
trying
one
to
is it?
act confused.
I'm
Yeah.
trying to
It's
Well, hold on.
very
confused.
So
simple what she was
for
trying
the
to get
sake
at.
of confusion, sorry. So I didn't want to confuse you, Toledo. So live or video. How about that?
So when
Did
you
you
come across
interact with any content that came from Jamaicans around this topic, bashing Black Americans, did you go to them in any way, live or a video, and say, hey, this is divisive. This is what the white man wants. This is, we need to unite. We need to come together as Black. Did you go to them and say this messaging? Just curious.
Well, listen to me. So when I came across the page, and
It's a yes or no,
I hope
Toledo.
you give me what do you mean yes or no? Because it's
It's a
not.
yes or no. Did you do that?
Do you want to know my point? If I
I want to know
listen
yes
to
or
me, if
no
I
if you
say
did
no,
that.
if I say no, you're gonna cut off and say you're right. So
No, no, no. I just know.
hold
I
on,
just need. That's all
hold
my
on. We can't.
question is. I'm not
So
asking you why
hold
you
on.
did or didn't
Yes
do
or
it.
no?
I just want to know if you did it or not. It's a yes or no.
But how does that help me to explain? If I say
I
yes,
don't need an explanation. I'm
yes,
not
you
asking
do.
that. I'm asking, did you
Because
do it
you
or
just
not?
want to be right. You just want to be right. I'm trying
Toledo.
to.
So is the answer no? That's why you're doing all of
It's
this?
no, and I can explain why it's no, but you don't want to
No.
hear it.
Okay. All right. That's all I needed. I didn't need
You want to
anything
know why?
else. I don't need an
There's no need.
explanation,
There's no need.
Toledo.
There's no need
I
to
don't
it.
need that. We can move on. I just needed that. I'm good.
Yeah, because I find it funny.
He
I
didn't
find it
even
funny how.
say. I'm sorry. When I brought up the government, he didn't say, "I'm not aware. Can you tell me what's going on in the government?" Like y'all just don't want to know shit. Because I think y'all already know. Y'all just think it's normal. It's okay that we shouldn't complain. We should just take the lumps upside our head and keep it moving. Those days are over. Stop paying these people that disrespect us. Put a boycott
Let's
on all their businesses.
let's go
Hey,
to
Afro,
Fake
answer the
performative.
questions
It's
on the
fake
front?
hold on, hold on,
performative.
hold. We're gonna get to Sunday, and then
Yeah.
we're gonna
The order
continue the
was
order. I appreciate all of y'all patience. I really do.
yeah.
It's
The
been a
order was
loaded
Sunday.
conversation. We're having a good Saturday. I hope y'all having a good weekend. Good start to your week. Well, not start, but good weekend so far. But just to Unwritten's point, what she was really trying to get at is the one-sided preaching of unity. And that preaching is only being done towards foundational Black Americans. The preaching doesn't get done to the people who instigated, and I keep on repeating, they instigated this whole thing. They drug us into a problem. And now people want to police our response to a problem that they instigated. He's coming over here to police our response to an issue that Jamaican people instigated, that his people instigated. But he's not doing that with them. He's not saying anything to them. But he's saying something to us because our response needs to be police, not their actions.
So just the order. I brought the Sunday was first. Second was who is Romain, and then Professor, and then FBA Dynasty is who I bring up, and then Aquarius after. Just so you know the order.
I
But
got you. Got you. All right, Sunday, you got it.
Hey, I just wanted to say it's a lot of fake outrage and that performative that comes from that community, because in those comment sections, I was in those comment sections and in those lives, and in those same comment sections and in those same lives, it was YT people that were making very racial comments talking about, yeah, we deal with that here and all of that, and they were agreeing with them. So it's fake outrage. I don't get it. And I don't like that from that community, because they come to us and they're like, oh, we got to come together and we got to deal with this together, but then you turn around and you're complicit in their racism. So that's another thing that we don't touch on, and it's a big elephant in the room that has to be addressed, and I don't like that as well. But the one thing I do know is he said that the girl who was from Bermuda, she got outrage, or she got a lot of backlash from the video she posted. And I'm just like, well, then why did she get that backlash? She got that backlash because people assumed that she was a Black American. She didn't get that backlash because she was from Bermuda. That's one thing that wasn't also addressed. And then another thing that I want to address is there were also YT people that were posting crazy videos in Jamaica. And I haven't seen not one Jamaican make a video addressing them as well. So it's just like, why is it always us being, you make us the center of your universe? It's insane to me. Y'all make us the center of your universe when we don't care. We are sitting here praying for you all and worried about you all, and y'all get on here and y'all talk crazy to us. It's insane to me. Y'all, I just don't understand.
Real talk.
I don't understand. They get on here, it was YT people there, and then they were talking about how they were upset because they can't have fun in your country, and y'all didn't say nothing about that. But a person from that's not even from there get on there, and then it's all Black Americans this, Black Americans that, and it's just like, why are y'all making us the center of your universe?
Hmm.
Y'all got bigger problems to worry about in your country, like surviving and getting your beaches back and your resorts back and all that, but you're making us the center of your universe? And that is not even me trying to take a dig at you, but that's just reality. And that's all I have to really say. I
Yeah,
just
real
wanted to.
talk. And let me add this question then. Is they're saying that, oh no, but the girl who's from Bermuda, she got drugged. She got drugged. People are making responses to her. Okay, yeah, people are now making responses to her, and I believe that. But are they, listen, are they making responses and using her as a proxy for Bermudan people as a collective? Are they now using her to generalize the behavior of Bermudan people? Are they doing that the way they were doing that when they thought that she was foundational Black American? When they thought she was a Black American, her behavior is now indicative of the culture of Black America. Listen, when they were talking about her, when they thought she was a Black American, they didn't individualize it. Her behavior is because of the collective culture of Black America. And we as a whole group, as a collective, caught strays because of that one girl. They're not doing that to the Bermudan people. No, they're not doing that over there to them. They're treating her, because now they know she's from Bermuda, they're treating her as an individual now. But when they thought she was a Black American, now it's a collective issue. And we as a collective don't know how to act, and we don't know how to behave ourselves, and we don't know how to do all of that.
One more
And that's
thing.
why I'm talking about the bias.
And one more thing I just want to say, and when they found out, there was no type of accountability. Everyone's always on our back about things that we need to do as a whole, as a group, to better
Hmm.
our communities. But when y'all learn the truth, there's no accountability on your part too. Not from the Bermudans, not from the Jamaicans. There's no accountability on your end as well. So it's just like, it's very embarrassing. It's very sad. And I just don't get it. It's very disheartening for me, for you all to learn who is really behind that, and then now she's all like you said, an individual, when you treated us like a whole group as a cultural thing, but
Yeah.
now she gets to be treated like a individual, that y'all aren't taking accountability. Now it's we don't even own our resorts. It's Americans that own the resorts, and like, it's what you were saying was absolutely true. What you were saying was absolutely true, but that was just all I had to say. They're still not taking accountability for that, and it's sad that they tell us that we need to listen about the cultures and come together, but they're just saying it to us almost as if shut up and be in your place and do this and that, while we get to go around and treat you all like a crap and do all of this, and we want y'all to just stay in your place as Black Americans and not say anything. And I don't agree with that. That's
Hmm.
it.
All right.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. Yeah, that's true.
Okay,
That's true. Real
so
talk, sister. Let's get to
It was who is next.
who is okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
you got it.
okay, so off of what Sunday was saying, I am a Jamaican, and yes, sometimes we don't take accountability. And what you just said, when you said it's not the Bermudans, it's just that one girl, that is true. But the whole thing y'all talking about on live and blaming the African Americans, as far as my FYP, I haven't seen that. Most of the videos that I'm seeing, they're talking about the hurricane is man-made and they're doing gentrification. That's what I'm seeing on my timeline. So everything that y'all saying in this live is surprising to me, because most Jamaicans I know is obsessed with American history. So I'm kind of lost.
Well, there is something we've been seeing. I can't speak to what you've been seeing. I can't say that's true or untrue, but I'm saying we've seen multiple videos and live streams about it. And there's been other Jamaican people who've come up here and they've testified to it as well too. So it's not like something we're making up, because we've
Yeah.
had multiple Jamaican people come up and I guess try to explain it away or give some rationale for it, but they've testified to it. So maybe if you don't know, then you need to listen and you need to get the information because it is happening.
And then
It
most of the people that we were talking about doing videos, most of the videos I've seen that they're jumping on was the white girls talking about they're trapped in Jamaica, and the Jamaicans was really like going down with them, telling them about swimming back home and shit. But the one video that I saw with the Bermudian girl, that girl, yeah, they we really did group her up as a Black American, and then they all started jumping on y'all. But yeah,
well, hold on, pause right there, pause right there, pause right there. They thought she was a Black American, and then they used her as a proxy to attack everybody. Why? Why did the Jamaica? Why?
because the other two videos that are out where the other couples was in the, what you call those people, the hotel people, they were up in their face arguing with them about the food. Those other set of people was African American. So I'm
How do you?
taking
But
that they're
here's
grouping that
okay.
Bermudian
Let
girl
me
with
ask
them.
this question. Hold on, hold on. Let me ask this question. If you all were wrong about the first girl, how can you say with such conviction that you guys are right about anybody else? If because you guys thought with a surety that the first girl was a Black American and was proven wrong, how can you say that anybody else that you guys assume is a Black American? Sorry, I had a call. Because you're saying, oh, well, not that one girl, but there were other Black Americans. Well, how do you know? Because clearly, y'all discernment, y'all can't really tell that well.
You could go on their pages and look, but not only that too,
Y'all didn't
the
do that with
Black
the Bermudan.
Americans.
Hold on, no. Y'all didn't do that with the Bermudan girl. Because there are people who do cosplay. And there are people who are from America as the nation. Their nationality is American, but they're actually not from our lineage. And you guys are making statements about our lineage and you're making assumptions about that. Our lineage based off of people that you're not sure is a part of our lineage.
For that Bermudian girl, I personally went on her page and saw that she had Bermuda in her title. And there were other, back to what I was saying, there were other Black Americans cussing out Black Americans saying that this is the shit they talking about, Black fatigue and shit like that. So
Okay,
So if
I
and
I
know
you
she
know,
saw
and
all
you
that
know,
too.
your evidence that you know for a fact that they're Black American is what?
Yeah, that for sure I can't say. You're right.
Okay, yes. So you're making assumptions the same way y'all did with the first
oh
girl.
my god.
And you guys are trying to you're trying to save face by blaming us for something. So you're saying, well, it's not that one girl, but it was the rest of them. No. You're trying to save face. Don't do that because that's not a good look. That's not a person with integrity doesn't move like that and behave like that. All right?
Why does the
Now you know what I
ethnicity?
find funny, Afro? This
Mm-hmm.
is what I find funny. First of all, she said that I didn't really see nothing. I just saw the white YT woman when they come at the YT woman. I didn't really see nothing. The more you let her talk, the more she start going in detail, how she went to her page. These people are liars, man.
Yeah,
When it
oh
comes to
yeah, just let them
accountability,
talk.
but when it comes to
Mm-hmm.
accountability, all of a sudden they don't see nothing. The Helen Keller, they don't see in here. But you let them talk, you're gonna all of a sudden now it's in detail. Go to her page. I promise you, if you go to her page, you'll see. Now you know the details of the page and everything. This is the problem right here. There's no accountability. You guys are wrong and strong, and you guys will
I
fight being wrong. Hold on, man. I didn't cut you off, and I wanted to say this for a while. You guys are wrong and strong, and you will fight to the unalive to be strong about your will and conviction when you can't tell if that person Black American or not. We are the most copy emulated people in the world. People study us. There's literally people teaching our ebonics and things on TikTok and on YouTube and doing things to show the world how we talk, move, and maneuver. So how you gonna sit there and say 100% that's a Black American? Let's be clear. We gotta stop playing games, fam. You
Mm-hmm.
guys, we gotta call a spade. What it is you guys have some kind of jealousy, hatred, and vitriol towards Black Americans, and you know that we are the most loving people in the world, so we turn the other cheek, and we the easiest people to try to beat down on, right? Back in the day, because we ain't playing that no more the last 3 years, right? But this is why you guys think you can do that, because we are loving, turn the cheek type of people. But now we checking things without hate, of course. We don't have to say we hate y'all or none of that, but we're gonna check y'all and let y'all know Y'all not going to be doing this anymore. I don't care what other Black Americans said. They didn't catch up to having a backbone and standing up and stop being a carpet for the world. They're going to catch up real soon. They still on iOS 1965 civil rights movement. They're going to catch up to iOS 2025 when we delineate. And this is the reason why we are delineating, because you guys can cosplay and we take all your garbage that you dump on us on a day-to-day basis and try to make us look like the world's problem, while you guys can go claim the greatness of your culture. Whenever it's something good, you separate. Well, I won it. Jamaican American won this award, and African won this award. You separate when it's something positive, but as soon as something bad, you guys dump your garbage on us, and we're not doing that no more. So we're gonna be calling it out. There's a Haitian that did this. There's a Jamaican that did that, and we're gonna be delineating because we're not taking your garbage anymore in our land.
Mm-hmm. And we're gonna move on. Well, no. We're gonna move on now, ma'am, because you said that you didn't know anything, but you know a lot of details for a situation because you came up here saying that you don't even know why we're discussing this, and then you kept on talking and you conveyed that you knew details of the situation. You knew details that a lot of people, we didn't even know details. I didn't even know Bermuda was in her bio. I didn't even know that. So you know details about a situation that you claim originally you didn't know. And why I say that you guys, you don't know if any of the other people were Black American, and you guys are making the assumption. I want you guys to look up this term. Look up the term called confirmation bias. Confirmation bias is when somebody takes a situation, takes some evidence or anything, and they omit certain factors or they exaggerate certain factors so they can make the confirmation that already exists within their bias. They already have a bias and they want a result of something. They want something to result in something automatically. So they're not going into things impartially. They're omitting certain things or they're over factoring other things. So the equation can equal out to whatever they wanted it to equal out in the first place. And you all have your confirmation bias because you saw somebody who is misbehaving. And because of your bias and anger towards Black Americans, you all use that confirmation bias to say, well, you know what? That she must be a Black American then. She must be. She just got to be. And then y'all were wrong. Y'all were dead wrong. And then when y'all were proven wrong, y'all said, well, she's not, but the rest are. No. That's y'all trying to make an issue. You're reaching to try to make an issue with us. That's what that is.
And can I add,
Now
Afro?
okay,
Are
go
you
ahead. And then we're going to get to FBA Dynasty.
okay? Why does the person's ethnicity even matter in that situation at all? Like, unless you were trying to make it a collective thing, because it was really just this person being, belligerent. You would be talking about that person. Like, tourists who come here, make sure that you are treating, Jamaicans with respect. But y'all specifically wanted to make it about an ethnicity when you never had to. All you had to do was address tourists, because that's actually what the situation was. It was tourism, and you didn't like how tourists were acting. Y'all chose to call out Black Americans. Specifically, y'all chose to do that, and you could have literally got your point across, but you wanted to make it about Black Americans because you wanted to demonize our culture. And that's why white tea people were in the comments agreeing with y'all, saying we got all of this, we got fatigue, all that stuff, because y'all specifically wanted to target Black Americans. And even to everybody's point, it's definitely additional people or different other ethnic groups that were there, but we're not seeing that at all. So, I mean, at this point, y'all really got to hold this L, because there's nothing y'all can do to try and dismiss this or walk it back or apologize. We see y'all literally showed y'all colors. Y'all showed y'all colors to the world, mind you, of how y'all feel about Black Americans, and unwarranted. Y'all could have just said tourist, and those videos would have went. And guess what? I think the reason why they went viral is because it was Black Americans. Had y'all said tourism, it probably would have stayed on Jamaican talk. Y'all
Right.
wouldn't even reached America. But y'all use us for clout. We talk about we're using y'all for clout. y'all went viral because y'all was talking about Black Americans, and because there's a collective shared animosity towards Black Americans. That's why everybody is able to come together to bash on Black Americans. That's why y'all got the traction that y'all got. So understand that everything's been revealed. And that's this year is just revealing so much of how so many communities have an issue with us while we just minding our business. So keep showing your colors, keep making the lives, keep making the videos, because when it comes time to cash in that goodwill, y'all gonna realize y'all spent it. Y'all have no more goodwill with our community. And I land.
Appreciate that. Let's get to FBA Dynasty, then we'll get to Professor Allen.
Yeah, this is what I think. I think that denigrating Black Americans is real lucrative in these spaces, man, and on the internet. So, what they would do is, right, somebody from another country or another island come do something goofy in Jamaica, and they'll make these videos, man, and speak our name and say something about Black Americans and try to make money off of us. That's exactly what they've been doing, man. Even the ones that come over here, like Busta Rhymes and all the rest of these other people that's in our politics, man. You know what I'm saying? They saying that we ain't got no culture, but they study making money just off the name Black American. As long as they keep Black American in their mouth, you know what I'm saying? When something goes wrong in their on their island or something goes wrong in their community, they gonna bring up and blame Black America. That's why I say I'm with BX, man. I don't have no hatred for them or nothing like that, but they need to be some major straightening. That's why I'm gonna take my money and I'm gonna tell me and my family, man, instead of going to the Jamaican braid shops, instead of go buying some jerk chicken, I'm gonna just go ahead and patronize another FBA business like I've been doing, and pass up these other foreign and Caribbean businesses that got this vitriol and this spite and this undermining ass jealousy for us, though, Afro Elite, and go and just take my money and spend my money with my people, and until something else changes. But with that, I'll land. Be one.
Like first, brother, thank you very much for that. Thank you. Professor Allen, you got it.
Hey, what's going on, family? What's going on, Afro Elite? Thank you for having me on your stage. I think we need to keep in mind what Professor James Small said: the history erases the mystery. And we look back at the history of these diasporic Caribbeans, particularly Jamaica, we will find that there's an impetus upon being wanting to be members of the dominant society. A lot of these people have been psychologically colonized. Let me give you a bit of evidence right quick. Remember when Queen Elizabeth unalived? They were falling out in the streets, calling her dear. Oh, dear, you're gone, dear. Why'd you have to go,
Yeah, I
dear?
remember that.
Well, I'm saying that to say that given the fact they have a sense of allegiance to the dominant society, and we have a history of fighting the dominant society to get our rights and to get their rights, ironically, they're kind of like an auxiliary to the dominant society. So by default, they feel a need to come against us. And a lot of that comes from jealousy because they've never fought. There's no history of Jamaicans fighting the imperialist system. No history. There's a history of Haiti doing it, but generally there's no history. Whereas we have stood and fought, got our rights. Well, foundational Black American GDP is higher than the GDP of Nigeria and most melanated countries combined. Take that. And they hate us for it because we didn't beg anybody. We got it out the mud. And that's what it is, brother.
It's a lot of jealousy, man. It is. And
Yeah.
to accomplish such a feat, not one time, but historically. I mean, we've accomplished that feat for hundreds of years. Every time the situation has called for it, we've met the challenge. As the
Right.
minority. As the minority. That's a crazy thing when you really think about it.
Yep. But this is a good thing. This is a blessing that panels like yours and a lot of other of our family members are identifying it because it's simple. The solution is simple. We need to start doing what we should have been doing in the first place is supporting family first. Like there's no reason we should be going to a diasporic member to get our hair braided. We should find a sister around the corner, around the way, because there's always somebody in the hood that know how to braid hair and support her, give her a couple of dollars, help her open a shop. You know what I'm saying? And keep that ideology with everything we do. I'm in academia and I'm happy to report this. I'm not going to name the colleges, but a couple of historical Black colleges, including the one that I just left, are starting to remove foreign professors, immigrant professors, because they found that they're failing foundational Black American children and the foundational Black American children don't even understand what they're saying. So we've got our influence have hit academia, and they're looking for foundational Black American professors. So we just getting back on track. That's all.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Everything's
Appreciate it.
you know, and you see when we start reorg, and this is what I'm gonna say. I'm gonna say this, and then I'm gonna move on. But aligning our priorities. Our community has been on a hamster wheel because we have had misaligned priorities, and now that we're aligning our priorities properly, the way it's supposed to have always been, now we're starting to see everything else fall into place. Everything else is actually starting to work the way it's supposed to. All right. I mean, I use this example. If somebody is trying to lose weight, the main thing that they need to be focusing on is their diet. Okay. Not exercise. Exercise is important, but the diet is the priority. Exercise, you can lose weight with just diet alone. Exercise is okay, but if you are exercising every day, then going home and eating extra large fry with a big burrito and all of it, and having a super large Coke and then eating chocolate cake and all that, you're not going to lose anything. You're not, because the priority is the diet. And we've been wondering why do we keep this so much fat on us? That's because our priorities have not been properly aligned. And now we're having proper alignment of our priorities, and we're starting to see everything fall into place. Now we're going to get to Aquarius, and then we're going to get to Bantu room.
Good evening, everyone. So I'm from the north coast of Jamaica. If you know anything about the northwest coast of Jamaica, you know that most of the resorts that are being discussed are in this zone. Some of the resorts that are being discussed, my mother lives about 6 minutes drive from these resorts. I haven't heard from my mother since the hurricane hit. And so I came up here to say that a lot of the people you see discussing this or arguing with this or arguing about this online, they're not from this region. They're not in this region. I think they feel like they're advocating for the people of this region, the workers who are being attacked, the workers who are being yelled at, so on and so forth. But the people who are actually there living it are not online having these arguments with you guys. And I think that is an aspect of this conversation that is not being brought up. They have no water, no internet access, no cell phone service, no power. So the people who are there living it are not online having these diaspora wars with Black American people. They're not doing it. It is people who are on the outside who may have been affected somewhat or are living in other countries who are having these discussions with Black American people. Um, somebody, let me not even go there. At the end of the day, I think people who are from this, like for me, my priority is not to get online and concern myself with what's happening on the resorts. My priority has been to figure out what is happening in the area that my mom is in. I've received no word from any member of my family in Trelawney Parish. All of my family are on the north coast of Trelawney Parish, minutes from these resorts, and I haven't heard from a single one of them. And so for me, I've utilized TikTok to get in contact with people who are there. Um, as I speak, there is a man who is driving through the area to send me video footage of what the area looks like so that I can know whether or not I can, if I, when I travel down, if I can even access where my mom is, because so many of the roads are not accessible.
Okay. Can I
Um,
let
so,
me
so I
I'm gonna
think
let you land. I'm gonna let you
most,
land, but because I want to respond to what you have to say.
okay, go ahead.
Okay, I'm gonna say this. I want you to understand that we're not trying to generalize or make an absolute. There is no absolute. There's no absolute behavior that any group of people have. Not foundational Black Americans, not Jamaicans, not nobody. And we're adult and mature enough to understand that. Okay. I hope that your family is safe. I do. I really hope that your family is safe and make it out of this situation safely. I do, honestly. The thing that you're saying is that it's not the people on the island, it's the people in the States. But the problem is that the people in the States are speaking on behalf of the people on the island. The problem is that the people in the States, the Jamaicans in the States are speaking. No, when I say the States, I mean the United States. When the Jamaicans in the United States are speaking on behalf, and they're making an issue with Black American people for no reason whatsoever. Now you're going through a crisis with your family, and you have other Jamaican people who are making lives and making TikTok videos, starting a problem and starting a situation with a group of people who have not done anything wrong to them, who have not wronged them in any way. So that's the issue that we're having here, is that, and I'm not going to make any assumptions of you as an individual, but even though you all say it's the minority is very loud. It's a super loud minority that kind of rules over the majority. If we're going to tell the truth about it to fix the problem, the loud minority of people who are disrespectful, who are problematic, who create problems, who create issues with people, they're the representatives, and they're the representatives because they are allowed to be, because they are not checked by the collective of people. Nobody has pulled them aside and say, hey, shut up. We need to be focusing on something else right now. We need to be focusing on our family in Jamaica right now. These people are out there using this as an opportunity to bash a culture of people who have nothing to do with the situation. And when you have the minority, and we're going to say that for the sake of the argument right now, when you have the minority of people who become the spokesman of the majority, you can't expect us to say, well, yeah, but they're still the minority though. Because they've been allowed to be the representatives. They've been allowed to be the majority. They've been allowed to go unattested with lives and videos and things that's been completely unchallenged by the collective of people. So now this is our response to that. So going forward, moving forward, when you see stuff like that, and I understand your mind might be somewhere completely different. I get it. I do. I really do. I get it. You might not even be caring about the drama. I get it. I get it. But it's your responsibility, you and other Jamaicans' responsibility, to check your own people before it becomes this issue. Because now it's here because the Jamaican people have not checked their people and created a standard of behavior. And now we have to address it because you guys put us into it.
Let me say this. Within this conversation, Professor Allen just said that Jamaica doesn't have a history resistance against our colonial power, and nobody checked him. So, which is utterly not true. If you know anything about the history of Jamaica, Jamaica has gone to wars with the British. The revolts that have happened on the island of Jamaica
The Maroons.
are, yeah, not just the Maroons. Jamaica, like, it's, you have to read Jamaican history. Just type in Jamaica revolt.
Okay, well, can
We
I,
have
before
we
you get
have.
in,
Sorry, if I can finish, please,
hold on,
if I
because
may.
I want you to address what I said first.
No. What I am addressing what you said. Within this conversation, we are not witnessing you guys even address yourselves and the misinformation that you guys are spreading about Jamaican people. And so, expecting us, while we are living this crisis, to address resorts and address other people making content online,
Ma'am.
there is going to come a time. There is going to come a
Man.
time when we have to have this
Okay, hold
conversation.
on, no, hold on, no, hold on, now, everybody, hold on.
Yeah, I was gonna go after
The
that.
way here's the thing. Now you're shifting blame. And Professor Allen is still here and he can respond to what you have to say very briefly because I want to get to some of the other people. But here's the thing though. Even if we're both wrong, who started it? Even if we're both equally wrong, who started it? And this is what I'm saying. You all allowed the situation to get to this point. Y'all started it. Y'all did. Y'all can't 50-50 this situation.
So people from the FBA or ADOS or whatever the case may be have been insulting Jamaica and Jamaicans for
Ma'am, in this
years.
Oh
situation,
But
wow.
ma'am,
that but
stop
that's
doing
not
that.
but that's not the
No,
point of this
Ma'am,
situation.
ma'am,
hold on. I
Your
come
stop,
from New
family,
stop,
York.
your
stop,
family
stop,
Hold
missing
stop,
it.
on.
You over
stop,
here
Hold
trying
on,
to
stop,
hold on,
stop.
Miguel. I'm not
unsuccessful
going
means
to
fail.
allow you to lie on my people. Even in New York, y'all are very bad minded. And you know what that means. Y'all have been backstabbers. Y'all have had GANGS and have attacked us. Their name is Shower Posse. Now, can we get along with one or two of you? Yeah, but collectively, your people are in force, man. And it's been y'all getting into our government, okay? And treating us unfair. If it
Okay.
had not been for us, and I see a Canadian flag in your bio, you're not even here,
Hello.
right? And I don't understand that either. Everybody come together to come against a black American. And we the bullies of the world, but your businesses are in our communities. Get them out of our communities. If we're such the bullies, get your businesses out of communities and your kids out of our schools
Oh,
and stop using their
hold on.
scholarship
BX,
opportunities.
BX. I'm gonna let
Yes.
Professor Allen respond to what she has
I'm
to say,
sorry, Professor. Go ahead.
You're not going
I
to take
yield.
Professor.
Don't
and
come
then
off
after
your
that, we're
mic
gonna
while
get
he's
to
talking
Bantu
either.
room.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm gonna quickly respond. Jamaica hadn't had a successful history, whereas Haiti has. An uprising here and there. And forgive me, I've been working out a little out of breath. Should have messed up my workout. Had me come up here, but yeah, a little revolt here and there doesn't mean anything. I mean, to my understanding, Jamaica is or recently was a colony of Britain. So why are you a colony of Britain, ma'am? Let's not make jokes here. You haven't had a successful revolt. The United States have with foundational Black Americans, and to be honest, Haiti has. So you've been unsuccessful. In my world, unsuccessful means failure.
So if I could respond real quick, Afro, if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
All right. So the one thing she said about the people that come here that's not here that's not on their land that's making all the noise. She's actually right about that. It's the people that fled their country, put their right hand on their chest, and denounced Jamaica, and now they have some kind of inferiority complex, and now they feel like the way to fight for their country, not just Jamaica. This is all immigrants, right? Africans and all the other people of the diaspora, right? Now that when they denounced and pledge allegiance to this flag and denounce their country, their birthright, and they forsake their birthright, now they feel like their fight now, the fight for their respective country is to go online and talk trash. That's how they feel like they fight. It's not really about really helping the people back home and making sure things are okay. It's about going online and running their mouth because it's all about the optics. It's all about making sure you don't say nothing bad, making sure everything look good, and I'm gonna paint everything that's flowers and candy, right? And so the thing is, I sympathize and empathize with her at first, right? I'm like, damn, I was about to say that's crazy. But then she's up here arguing with us when her family missing. I think you should be, why are you here arguing with us, man? You talk about FBAs and what they're doing, your family out there. I would not be on no panel talking about what the FBAs did back in the day. If my family is missing, I can't get in contact with them. But if you do have that ritual, you should be on the Jamaican panels and telling them because they started it. That's the panel you should be on. Not
Hmm.
argue with us with your whole family missing. That's crazy to me. Y'all don't really care. That's what I said. It goes back to what I said. Y'all don't really care about the people back home. Y'all care about the optics. And then I made a video about this. Because if y'all cared about the people back home, the last thing I will be doing is will be on a panel or making videos about another person. My family missing. Let me see what's going on. But y'all care about the optics, and that's sad. Not laying on that.
But who's to say they really
All
missing?
right.
Anybody
Hold
could
on.
get on this
Hey,
internet and
can I
say
speak?
anything.
Because
Okay.
I
Hold
I
never
on.
wouldn't
Hold
be
spoke.
on.
on
No.
the damn
No. No. No.
internet.
Because we've had everybody. Before this becomes an open panel thing.
Okay,
We've had
sorry.
people who've been unmuted, waiting their turn for a very long time. So we have to be fair to them. So we're gonna get to Bantu room, and then we're gonna get to Jasmine, and then we're gonna get to Sulani.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone, or good evening. I'm West Indian American, and I actually wanted, I don't know if you're still in the room. I see you just dropped a quiz, but I wanted to say that no one here, I would like to think, It's not that people do not have empathy for what's going on. Hurricanes are not new to the earth, and hurricanes are not new to the West Indies. We all know how tragic hurricanes can be, especially a Cat 5 for an island in the middle of the sea, right? And I sincerely hope you do hear from your mother soon. And I hate that this conversation is coming out of tragedy, but the reality is that from Jamaicans, specifically in this conversation, there's this expectation from Black Americans that they should just take any and all disrespect. And especially considering the circumstance of this conversation, just because, tragedy is literally happening, that they should just be quiet. Okay. And I know you mentioned that there are people, whether in the States or in parts of the island, that are unaffected, that are the ones majority wise instigating this, right? Like who was it? I think Foundational Black American down there said, your priority would either be your family that's been affected, and or checking the people in Jamaica or out of the States, making anyone else a priority of conversation before people who literally don't have electricity, people whose roofs are blown off, people who can't leave their home because the roads are flooded, people who have to now look, I don't want to say loot, but they have to go, they have to survive. People have to go to the stores and just get what they could get, and survival stuff. How in the entire world, not even 24 hours after the storm blew over, is anyone making Black Americans the center of attention? Okay, after a Cat 5 hurricane. Okay, so that's the point from my perspective. I'm always open to correction. That's from my perspective, that is what Black Americans are getting at, right? And then I also just want to add that as far as Black Americans speaking up for themselves, okay, I don't know how old you were. I don't know if you're still in the room. I don't know how old you are. I don't know what dimension or world you come from, but Black Americans have a historical documented evidence in history of helping everybody, being the nice guy, being kind, doing this, doing that. And we're just in a time and a period and an era where it's just not going to fly anymore, where you could say and do anything you want and expect nobody say anything. And then the last thing I wanted to add is I wanted to go off something Unwritten said of a couple conversations ago. In the event the issue was the behavior, right? Then Jamaicans would just be calling out tourists. But no, there was a visceral reaction to the fact who they perceive to be Black American conducting themselves in a particular manner, right? And the reality is that when you want to talk about tourists in Jamaica or the islands, in any case, the majority of the people that go there to vacation are white tea people, American white tea and UK white tea, okay? And I know firsthand, they do not treat y'all well. They treat y'all like the help, but y'all suck it up because you get big tips. So this blame shifting of who doing what and whatever, I don't even want to hear any of that until y'all check white tea people the same way you think you want to check Black Americans, okay? And I land.
Shout outs to
Yeah.
Banter Room. Shout out. See, we have no issues with people like that. Shout outs to
Yeah.
Banter Room. I'm gonna land on that. That's all I'm saying. We have because people keep thinking you guys hate, and you don't like West Indians and you don't like Jamaicans. No, no, no. It's not that. We like honest people. We like people that keep it. We are real. We gonna keep it real and upfront. Anybody that keep it real upfront, you get our respect. And Banteru got the respect because she's not up here chucking and jiving or lying or playing games like the gentleman Toledo did. She's being factual, and we have nothing. It's all love.
Yeah. You see, and that's why anytime we always make room for her anytime she want to come up, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Because we love people who speak the truth. Because that's the only way you're gonna solve anything is by speaking truth to power. That's the only way.
Oh, y'all just jogged my memory. One other thing, Aquarius had said, right? I grew up in New York in the 90s, all right? And she brought up how there were panels of how FBA and or ADOS was saying this, that, and the third of Jamaicans. Okay. A common theme I see among the diaspora is attempting to scapegoat FBA and ADOS as some problem child or troublemakers, right? Whatever you hear from whoever you're trying to scapegoat would be a warranted response at this point in the timeline. Because bring me some evidence, bring me something prior to what the past 3 years, whatever you think you're hearing in these panels, bring me some evidence of them saying it before the past 3 years. Okay, bring me some evidence from the early 2000s, bring me some evidence from the 90s, bring me some evidence from the 80s, because you know what can be dug up, you know what can be presented. West Indians, Jamaicans, whoever else talking out the side of their neck for decades about Black Americans. So whatever, people always try and say, oh, you just kissing butt. I walk on my own 2 feet in real life. We on the internet right now, in real life, I walk on my own 2 feet. Okay, and the fact is that for the past 5 decades, Black immigrants have been talking out the side of their neck, and just like we seen back then, we see now. Instead of you get it and you're so good, you're so this, but you're not checking your people. You see the anti-Blackness in your community as a normality rather than something that needs to be reformed. And it's only a problem when it's not a problem when it's being directed to Black Americans, but all of a sudden when they return to smoke, now you get it. Now it's this, now it's that. Miss me, goodbye.
Yep, real talk. Real talk. Thank you very much. Let's get to Jasmine.
Hey, thanks for having me on the panel. I want to give a shout out to BX. I love her, Sulani, Professor Allen, whatnot.
Love you too, Jen.
Hey, Jen.
So, Jamaican hurricane, where are Pan Africanists? Are people reaching to blame on Black Americans? So I've been seeing this for the past week, right? I had a post about Caribbeans tethering onto our identity and trying to say that we're the same group of people when it's convenient, but when it comes to a separation, they're always going to click up with themselves and then separate themselves for us. It was almost like a premonition. Then we had the hurricane. Horrible disaster, a natural disaster. We are also inflicted with natural disasters in our own situations here on what's now known as the USA. And they had a person that they thought was African American. This is why I don't like that term. Even Black Americans sometimes they try to tether on to, but the FBA part they can't, and that's when they usually crash out. But these people who are calling themselves African Americans all of a sudden are like, no, look at these Black American tourists over here. We don't ever want them to come back to our country ever again, because a Bahamian woman, by the way, she was from the Bahamas, claimed to be what? African American. And this is where the delineation comes into play. When you have these people who try to cosplay us when it's convenient, then separate themselves when it's convenient to come against us, they show who they are. So no, continental Americans are not us. These Pan-Africanists are one thing, these Pan-Americanists are another breed of trouble. They want us to humble ourselves to them. They want us to listen to them because a few years ago, I remember them saying, Black, I'm Dominican. Jamaicans have always been Jamaicans, Puerto Ricans and whatnot. Now you got mixed breed Puerto Ricans talking about their African American. And I've seen this with my own eyes on various social media platforms. Now all of a sudden, everybody wants to cosplay as Black. You were never Black. You have your tribes. When you go back home to your country, your continent, you're Fulani, you're Igbo, you're Yoruba, you're Shoshin, you are colored. You are all these different freaking tribes. You're Bantu. You don't even like the Arab mixture Ethiopians, the Eritreans. You think that we don't know that? Then you want to come over here and take our identity from us, and we should be humble about that? Absolutely not. You guys were waiting for an opportunity to blame us for your downfalls, whatever. You're mad at the UK. You go and chin check the UK. You cannot chin check foundational Black Americans, because we are the only group of people in this current history that the world follows. They follow our ignorant shit, and you guys can't stand that. You guys are like, period. When you guys walk outside of your freaking households, you are using the GPS, the mathematics, the foundation of a foundational Black American woman, Dr. Gladys West, that is still alive. You cannot stop at a stoplight without us. A black American man, Dr. Garrett Morrison. You cannot go into the battlefield without that same technology with the gas mask. Every single thing that you copy is us. Our braids, like our language, our ebonics, our AAVE, that is us. And we don't care. We don't care that that hurts your feelings. Leave us alone or go back home. I'm gonna land there. I just get so freaking bothered by people trying to gaslight and play in our face. They don't even realize that even our comedy, to get like, you're mad about being called an African booty scratcher, get over it. We were called African booty scratchers. You weren't even here. You just got here, bro. You just came to the wrong classroom. Get over it.
Yeah.
Freaking roast back. But you can't roast us by saying, oh, you know what? You guys were made babies and you guys were unalive fruits hanging from a tree. Look at you guys. You not see how disgusting you guys are? Because you guys hurt each other over skin tone and sell people who are lighter skinned than you, albinos, for their eyes and their skin texture because you guys are backwards. And I cannot stand that for you guys. But hey, it is what it is. I'm sorry. I'm gonna land there. I've been waiting for a long time to get that out. And I did not care about that chick's sad story that was gaslighting because I don't know about you guys, but if my family members were somewhere right now being stranded, I would not be on TikTok crying about foundational Black Americans, Sulani types, American Indian types, Creole, Gullah Geechee, those people being mean to them and calling out their fuckery. You guys are full of ish, and guess what? Get over it. Go back home. Vanilla ice ice baby. Was that rude to say? Was that mean? Anyways, I land there. I'm sorry. I was just too
I
quiet.
knew with the woman Aquarius, I knew it was going to go left, and I knew that's why I had the response I had, because she can't say that we were wrong. Because there was people in the chat room praying for your mom, sorry for your mom, sorry for your mom. That was the first thing I said. Sorry for your mom, sorry for your family. I knew what she opened up talking about her family so she can have some sympathy to talk about something else, so she can go along with something else, because I knew it was going to go left when I said, okay, you guys are the problem. And now you keep on going, keep on going, keep on going, keep on going. And now you're trying to hold on to this sympathy as if it's a shield for people to criticize your behavior. I knew it was going to go that way. I knew it was going to go that way. When she didn't stop talking, I'm like, yep, it's going to go that way. You came here and you thought that your sympathy or sympathy for your mother was going to be your shield so you can get some stuff off. And no. And no. And I want to make another point, then we're going to get you Sulani. Let me make this point. This technically last month, right? We were talking about the whole, well, when we get pulled over by the police, they can't tell if you're black or if you're Nigerian, if you're Jamaican, if you're this, if you're that, if you're this, if you're that. So it's the whole, when we get pulled over by the police, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter when we get pulled over by the police. They can't tell. So why does it matter to us? That's interesting, because when you all are mad at Black Americans, when you guys are mad at foundational Black Americans, it matters. Lineage matters then when y'all want to criticize us. When it was the Zulu parade earlier this year, it was us being divisive with Michael B. Jordan a couple years ago. Anytime y'all want to criticize us and dogpile us, lineage matters. And then when we say, okay, well, we got to delineate and focus on our lineage, y'all be all like, wait, but the police, when they pull us over, they don't care. So you guys shouldn't care. So we shouldn't care. Lineage doesn't matter according to them because of the police. But when they're mad, lineage matters, because they're not looking at this woman and saying, well, why? When the police pull her over, they don't care if she's a Bermudan woman or if she's a Black American woman. So why does it matter? It matters to them when they want to call somebody, when they want to hold somebody accountable, when they want to put somebody's feet to the fire, then lineage matter. When they want to put when they want to put our feet to the fire, then lineage matters. But then when we say, okay, well, we got to do for our lineage and protect our lineage, then it's, well, hold on, guys, we all get pulled over by the police, so all that lineage stuff doesn't matter. And we're not doing that. We're just not doing that. Okay? Y'all are caught. Yo are caught. You guys are caught. You guys got your hand in a cookie jar. And take accountability for that. Damn.
All right. Hey, what's up,
Hey,
FBA
Solana.
family?
Yeah, we got Solana and then Beautiful.
All
Okay,
right.
thanks for having me up.
Peace.
I'm FBA Solan. Yeah, I just wanted to touch on what everybody's saying pretty much. Afro, you just said it, Foundational said it, and Jasmine touched on it. And I think that it's really important that we drive home the importance, like I guess like how the cosplaying has how much it's impacted us as a community, right? So I'm gonna give a couple of examples. So we started, let's just take hip hop for example, right? We started with it being very much political, right? Fight the power,
Mm-hmm.
don't push us because we're close to the edge. Who you calling a bitch? UNITY, right? That's our culture. And then you get Uncle Luke ass over here, right? And he come over here with this crazy wild freaknik, you know, and then we get this trope thrown on us of being hypersexual, right? But a lot of that freaknik culture started with Uncle Luke and the Bohemians, right? And so then you go forward, and then it turns into like Little Kim and you know Queen Latifah and MC Light. They was rapping about light as a rock. They was on a whole nother tip, and then here come Lil Kim talking about who can put a bottle in her throat, and she's Trini. She come from two Trini people, right? Biggie, I love him down. I love Biggie down, right? But Biggie, he's Jamaican and he brought a lot of them PD30 lyrics. We weren't talking about PD30 lyrics before Biggie got here, right? We still don't do that. Doja Cat. Doja Cat is known for being kind of wild, kind of crazy looking, shaving her head and all that weird shit. She's South African. Cleo Trapper is Nigerian. You Scarlett. When Scarlett came out with that song, it was a lot of calling black women masculine. Oh, we so masculine. Look at this girl. Black women is masculine. She a whole Nigerian. That's a whole Nigerian. SZA's first song was about being a hoe and a side piece. And when she came out with that weekend song talking about being a hoe and a side piece, all you heard was people talking about black women being hoes and side pieces and how we have baby mama culture. Well, she's Cameroonian. So why are we getting hit with that stray? Right? Saucy Santana. When Santana came out, it was a whole bunch of jumping down on black men talking about how feminine and emasculated black men are nowadays. He's a whole Dominican. Saucy Santana is a Dominican. So, like, I really need people to understand how the cosplaying has affected, like, the impact of how it has affected our culture. And one of the most recent things was this big public fight that Nicki Minaj and Cardi B got into, and they dragging each other by they edges all up and through these social media streets, right? Being degenerate, talking about each other's kids and stuff. And then you look in the comments and everybody like black women and black people in hip hop. Hip hop is it? They not black Americans. That's those is two whole Trini and a whatever Cardi B is, a Dominican and a Trini. You know what I'm saying? So like I think that we need to really challenge that and start doing lineage checks before we ever accept, oh, black Americans, we know that's not our culture. When we hear stuff like that, black Americans were in Jamaica or black Americans were somewhere acting some way, we know that our people don't act like that. Start challenging it and pushing it back. So I'll land there.
All right. Who SZA are both her parents Cameroonian or
No, her mother is Cameroonian. I don't know
her
what her
mother?
father is,
Okay.
but her mother is a Cameroonian, and she for sure started the whole R&B. And by the way, Nicki Minaj started the BBL era
Okay.
because before that we believed in natural bodies, right? All the way up into the early 2000s when Nicki started walking around
Right, so
dragging that big BBL wagon, and that's when BBLs got popular. So
okay.
instead of blaming black women for BBLs, y'all can blame the Trinis.
Okay. Well, we're gonna move on. We're gonna move on to beautiful. Beautiful flower FBA.
Can you hear me?
And after this, we're gonna start wrapping things up shortly. So, after the yeah, go ahead.
Yes, I'm new to TikTok. That's why I don't have any followers. I just wanted to say this. This Hurricane 5 hit Jamaica, exposed the crack that we have between foundational Black American, which I am and proud of it, and Jamaicans. I've been hearing Jamaicans talk bad about Black American from the islands and here. Do y'all remember Katrina?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, they made it. What was it? What was it? One made had a mention that look at all those niggers in that
Whoa, whoa, whoa,
Astrodome.
whoa, 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 whoa. Can't say the hard they are here.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Mr. Leaps. I'm so sorry. Well, anyway, I did not condemn all Jamaicans. So I don't understand why they're coming after us. But I feel that if they don't like Black Americans, FBAs, we need to divest our money elsewhere from their country, That's what I feel. Now, I
Mm-hmm.
don't know how you feel, but I'm pretty much hardcore.
Mm-hmm. The thing is that I don't. The way I think that we should be moving. Um, the way I feel we should be moving is the most productive way. We shouldn't be moving out of anything, out of emotion. I don't even speak out of emotion or anything like that. It's nothing personal to me. I don't got no personal feeling about this situation. This is not personal. I don't do this personally, but I understand what needs to be done. And I understand where our priorities need to be. And this is one of the things that I'm trying to teach and I'm trying to preach about getting the community to align our priorities properly, and by us aligning our priorities properly, I wholeheartedly believe. I believe this to my core, to the depths of my bones. I believe this. If we as a community can align our priorities the right way, every other issue that we have will start to fix itself. Every other thing that we have, our relationship with everybody else, we're already starting to see that. Our relationship with each other, our economic prosperity, our social prosperity, our respect around the country, around the world. I think that everything will start to repair itself when we start doing that. So that's why I'm on, like, our priorities need to be straight. We got to get our priorities in order. I fully believe in that. I fully believe that.
Understand.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's let Chosen go ahead. Chosen, you can unmute yourself and speak. All right. Chosen's not here. Well, that's fine. That's fine. Because we've been up here for a good minute. So we'll get to this last person. And then I guess we can get to final thoughts from people and start closing stuff out. And then I'll let y'all. I know y'all been busy and y'all got other plans this Saturday. Y'all got plans. Y'all got stuff y'all got to do. So I'm going to let y'all have y'all Saturday evening. All right. So let's let Cherie, because I got stuff I gotta do too. So let's let Cherie go ahead.
Hello, and thank you for bringing me up. It's a very good topic, and I've been seeing a lot of what's going on. I wanted to mention the point of, you know, FBA needs to support our own, but we all know that there is a lack in that. You know what I mean? If we're being honest. And just to let you know, I'm FBA. My mother is Black American, descendant from slavery, but my father is Haitian. But I didn't meet my father until I was 19. So I was brought up Black American. And then I got to meet my Haitian side of the family. And what I noticed about their business, because see, the most important things in business is overhead and profit, right? So when they come here and they build businesses, where they have the advantage, and I tell my family this all the time, is human capital. That's what made plantations owners rich. They get to bring people here that will work for free in their businesses. Most FBA, we don't have that. Our families have their own homes, their own thing. We can't.
Yeah, I don't know what happened.
Yeah, you muted.
You muted.
You're muted. Cherie, I don't know if she got a phone call or if something happened, but
That was
you
probably the
got a
answer.
couple
That was
seconds.
probably the answers for the misinformation. Go ahead, though.
Yeah, they don't, because I see it. I see my family bring Haitians here all the time for their businesses. They never hire even Haitians that are in America. You know, because they know that they're not going to work the hours because they're not providing them homes and food. So I think black businesses, we need to stop thinking like, oh, okay, well, Jamaicans can open a restaurant. Why do soul foods? Because we have to pay our people because they're here. They have rent, they have car payment, they have to get to work, they need health care. So it is a big difference in the way we need to structure our businesses so that we can support our own. And we do need to, at some point, start to, as FBA, at least define what that looks like, instead of saying, oh, okay, we're going to boycott and do what? You know what I mean? If we don't get our businesses to the point that customer service is open all the time, we need to help each other and building these businesses that can sustain and that are just not here for 6 months. And the reason they're doing that is because their overhead is low. It's not because they're more talented or, they do get a lot of tax breaks. They do come here where it's 700 credit score. You know what I mean? So there are a lot of, they do get a lot of help from the government, but also they get a lot of human capital that most Americans don't have. When we grew up here, we don't have that advantage. So I just wanted to bring that point when, people say, oh, we came here and created a business. Why can't you? Well, we don't have, 10 people, 10 Haitians that we can bring over and make them work 7 days a week, 14 hours a day.
Yeah. So
Okay,
if I
and
can respond,
let me
Afro.
clarify a
Oh,
little bit because I think you said something and it kind of rubbed people the wrong way, including myself. And then I'm like, okay, I think you cleaned it up a little bit, but let me just ask the ask a question. What you're saying is that, or the point you were trying to make was the fact that they come over and they have businesses and they can do that stuff because they're kind of cheating the system a little bit and they get advantages in cheating the system. Is that what? I don't want to make any assumptions. Is that what you were trying to say?
That is exactly what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
That's exactly how plantation owners got rich. If you
Okay.
have a business and you don't have
Hold
to
on.
pay
I just
people, that is, that's like
yeah.
okay. I just because it sounded like you were driving straight and then you kind of detoured a little bit. Then you was back on the road. So I just wanted to make sure that I didn't make any assumptions on where you were going. All right.
that's
Okay.
that's where I
So if
was
I
going.
can,
I was just going at helping us. Like I think a lot of people in the live and in the chat was talking about we need to help our own. So
Okay.
like just moving
Hold,
forward,
hold,
that's what I
okay.
was
Hold on.
saying.
Hold on. Hold
so
on. Hold on. Hold on.
yeah, I just want to. Oh, go ahead, brother. My bad.
I do want to add this as well too. There's always room for improvement. I'm always the type of person who will hold their own accountable. I think that we should. I don't think that we should be making excuses for our businesses. I've discussed this many times that I think that there is improvement that does need to be made. There's very much so not very much so because there's a leeway I will give them, but there's improvement. I'm not going to be too harsh, but there is improvement that us as foundational Black Americans can make in business. Get absolutely okay. However, when we say things in a context of comparing it to other groups of people, we have to understand that we don't have a customer service issue in comparison to immigrants. Immigrants don't have really any customer service. Immigrants will literally lock the doors and pick up a broom and start fighting you if you refuse to pay. I'm talking about you talking about you got an issue with your nails, they locking the doors and it's WWE in that joint. You know what I'm saying? So when we talk about, when we have a conversation about customer service and we have a conversation about improving ourselves, that's fine. We can't, there's room for that. Okay. But we can't have that conversation as we're having a conversation about other groups of people, because these people, these other groups, these other communities don't stand a candle. You know what I'm saying?
I agree.
And it seemed as if you said that, you said it, and then you went back. So that's why I want to address that too.
No,
I
I
wanted to
agree, and
address
it
that.
goes for all immigrants, and I do agree, but I was more so addressing the bias that they have against us because you've asked several people, you have a bias, and they're like, oh, there's no bias, there's no bias. The bias is that we're lazy. The bias is that I
Mhm.
came here and do this and you couldn't. So I was addressing that.
Okay,
So if I
all right.
can,
I just wanted to clear it up, but go ahead, Foundational.
thank you. I appreciate you. So one thing about our people is that we don't operate in that savagery. We don't do slavery. If we go to do business, we're gonna do it the right way, right?
That
If people want to do the enslavement of their people and the degenerate things they do in their respective countries, that's what they do, and that's how they operate business. But that's not how we operate business. If we're gonna do business, we're gonna have ethics, we're gonna have morals, we're gonna have integrity, and we're gonna make sure our people are getting paid correctly, right? We're not gonna try to undermine our people and act like slave owners and pretty much own our people. That's not what we're gonna do. That's a white team mentality. And that's pretty much doing what the white tee do. What makes you know any different than what the white tee did any back in the day? I can't believe that's even a part of the conversation. That's actually took me aback that was even a suggestion. To be honest with you,
No, that's what's
but
happening
hold
with
on, ma'am.
Asians
But hold
and
on, ma'am. If
Muslims
you
and
don't mind me
everything. That's
finishing,
what they're
I
doing.
would highly appreciate it. 'Cause I didn't interrupt you. I would love to finish what I gotta say. So again, when it come down to that, right? That shouldn't even be a suggestion. I don't care what the immigrants are doing. The immigrants are doing whatever degenerate thing they're doing. That's not how we operate.
I didn't
Right now,
suggest that.
when it come down to right? When it comes down to business, just because you're not seeing the business and us come together doesn't mean it's not happening within the community. Because I just came from something called Invest Fest, where 40,000 to 50,000 Black Americans came together in regards to investing, right, and entrepreneurship and networking. These things are happening. We got more people in business than the people in the island of Jamaica. We have more millionaires than the people in the island of Jamaica. We are the richest black people on earth. I don't understand what people don't get about that, right? And so when it come down to it, let's really put this in perspective. We do 1.9 to 2.6 trillion dollars. The whole continent of Africa do 3.1 trillion dollars. So we do more than three-fourths of what the whole continent of Africa do with 1.5 billion people, and we only 45 million people, and that's just us, right? And so when we talk about doing business, and there's no way we can not do business and make that much money. Let's be clear when we have these conversations. We got to stop comparing ourselves to immigrants. Like I don't understand why we comparing ourselves to immigrants. Like they are, not for nothing. They are not doing. I don't know where this rhetoric where people saying they're doing better. They are coming here getting immigrant based programs that help catapult them forward, and then they're double dipping into our Black American programs and grants. So they double dipping back and forth. And if you want to talk about, well, immigrants make more than you and the average household income, well, that's because 20 or 30 Uber drivers in one house would equate to maybe $100,000. We don't do 20 or 30 people in one house. We do one or two people, maybe three the most, right? That's how we do it. So if we were to do 20 Uber drive or 20 people in one house, we'd probably be in 500,000 to 600,000 per household, maybe more, right? Maybe a mil, right? So that's how we gotta start claiming up this rhetoric that they are quote unquote doing better or they doing so, and stop looking up to these people like that they doing so much better on things we've been doing. They're not the most doctors. That's a lie. We are the majority. How can they be the most doctors, right? We got to start making it make sense. They not making no more money than us, right? And no way in every category we are at the top. And the only reason why we at the quote unquote bottom of the totem pole in regards to that chart is because we walk across the street to the Italian pizza shop. We walk across the street to the African beauty salon. We walk across the street to the Haitian salon. We walk across the street to the Vietnamese nail salon. The moment we start walking across the street in our neighborhoods because they're leeching onto us and taking part of our 1.9 to 2.6 $6 trillion and shop at Black American owned businesses is the moment that chart will flip in 24 hours. That's the reason why we on the quote unquote bottom of the totem pole, is because we spend our money with them instead of shopping majority at Black American owned businesses and start doing our own group economics. So we got to stop saying it, because that's immigrant and YT rhetoric. That whole well, we not doing enough. But I understand because you buy ethics, so that's probably from your other side. So I get it. Just trust me, I understand, and I land on that.
Can one moment, Afro? I got to get ready to go. I just want to
Yeah,
say
we're wrapping
this.
things up. We're wrapping things up.
Please remember, Black Americans, we lived 20 in a house at first, right? We did everything here first. So if you're doing your genealogy, you're going to realize Big Ma had her grandchildren, plus her children, plus their children. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
We lived 20 in the house first. Our ancestors paved the way, so we don't have to live like they living now. My father, this Uber driver stuff, he drove taxi first in the late 70s, early 80s, when he was, when the Bronx was burning and all this other stuff. We survived, we trendset, and we prevail. As far as our businesses, I'm from a time in New York when our businesses were dominant. Due to unfair rent hikes, bank discrimination, things like that, we went down, right? Now, we still have some businesses here. We do have businesses here, and we have directories for businesses throughout the nation. I want to say this: Marshall is right, and so my thing is when we decided to boycott the Africans, discipline over convenience. So instead of me going around to the Latinos, the Africans, the Asians, the Jamaicans, I'll just have to travel another hour or so if I don't have the cab fare to get there and go to a foundational Black American provider. Even in New York, I successfully haven't been to an Asian establishment since 2016, the Africans since 2023, and now the Jamaicans since 2024. But I could cook my own curry goat, curry chicken, and ackee and sawfish. That's all I like. I can't make the rice and peas. That I can't do that. So how they come here with a 700 credit score? So I'm kind of stuck on that. How did they have any credit score? Are they given a credit score? Like, come on. This is very unfair to us. And now we can add the Caribbeans to the boycott list if you choose to, but I'm boycotting them anyway because I don't pay people to disrespect me. I only shop where necessary. You want a Black American provider? Tap in with Marshall. Tap in with Melrose Radio. He's on Twitter, but he has a directory, I think it's nationwide, of small businesses. Okay? Thank you. Because we got to start move past talking and implement some solutions too. Talking is good, cause awareness. But please put some action behind y'all talk. Take our information and run with it. They can't no longer have ammunition to say they're doing better than us when they're not. But I really want to address why they got that 700 credit score. Thank you. Thank you, Afro.
Let BX cook. I'm sorry. I was trying so hard, and I hope I'm not being rude to your platform, but like I am known for jumping in. She freaking cooked. It gets to a point where it's just like, what are we talking about, right? What are we actually talking about when we know who we are? We know our community members. We know how we actually do things on this platform and outside of these platforms. We know when to get on code, when it's time to get on code. There's a lot of people who sit here on these platforms and playing our freaking face. This digital war front is no different than the actual war front that we've been experiencing as foundational Black Americans, whether we were called colored, Negroes, mulattoes, freedmen, American Indians, various tribes. We have been doing this stuff from the very beginning. We have to get on code and we have to stop getting off code. Sitting here and turning the other cheek right now, that freaking Martin Luther King type stuff, whatever, let that hurt that person's feelings. Let's worry about their feelings. No, F their feelings. Eye for an eye. Why? Because that's what keeps us on top. You come for us, and it's a scary thing to do because we know what they do when we really get about that life, right? When we build up an actual Black Wall Street or Rosewood, they do the fiery type things, right? TikTok friendly language. We're not sitting here negotiating with terrorists, aka tethers. There are white tea terrorists, there are Caribbean terrorists, African, Asian, they're all terrorists. This is our land and we are not going down without fighting you, period. Respectfully, whatever, but also F your feelings. I don't care about what's going on in Jamaica right now. That may seem mean, but you guys didn't care about what's going on in Sudan. You're not over here calling out the Arabs, the UAE, for sitting there and attacking your fellow continental Africans, because you guys are all the same, right? I don't hear you guys making lies about that. I don't see a single lie about how the Arabs are giving Sudanese counter militia weapons so they can take your gold and chin check you. I don't see that. we see sometimes how in Ghana the Ghanaians don't like the Igbos and all, coming over there setting up kingdoms. How dare you come over here and try to play in our freaking faces?
Mm.
I am so tired of it, and I'm not going to sit here
Sorry,
and baby them
Jasmine. I'm
any
sorry,
freaking
Jasmine. I'm
more.
sorry, Jasmine. But can you land? I'm sorry. Can we do a part two,
I'm
Afro?
gonna land. I'm sorry.
I'm
I'm sorry.
sorry because I know you
You
long
guys.
winded like me.
Yeah, I know BX gotta go. BX gotta
All
go.
I
right,
So
DX
BX.
gotta
I
go.
know
you
you were
gotta
so
wrap.
Hey,
Afro,
happy
are
that
you
I
gonna
was
come
here. I'm
through?
sorry, but
We
like, no.
It's
So
okay.
my
I
summary
love you,
is,
Jasmine. You know
I
I
had a
love you.
quick
I know.
comment, if that's okay.
Sure,
we're gonna
Professor.
get
Go ahead.
we're gonna let people
Hold
get their
on,
closing
Professor. I'm
statements
gonna
first.
land. My landing is, I don't care about you guys. USA first. Cacao, whatever our freaking eagle is. All right. Good night, love.
Whatever an eagle
Bye.
is, whatever sound they make, that sound I made. Just pretend, imagine. But and this is what I'm saying too. As we are aligning or realigning and readjusting our priorities, they need to be doing the same thing as well too. Where is their priorities? Their priorities. Think about that. Think about where their priorities lie. They're coming over here. This woman says she doesn't know where her mother is. She doesn't even know if her mother is alive. She doesn't know if her family in Jamaica is alive. And yet she's coming up here to talk about how they're, we've been rude to them and all of this stuff. She's coming up here to address a issue on TikTok. And then look at where she took that conversation. Look at where they're taking this conversation. Look at the whole fact that we're even having this conversation. Where is their priorities? You got Jamaicans who care more about what we say in America than what goes on in Jamaica. Okay? Where's your priority as a Jamaican person? And I'm not, of course, there's going to be people like, oh, I'm helping. I'm talking about the people who are not. The loud, very loud representative minority. Where's the Pan-Africanist priorities with the Sudan, with the Congo, with all of the stuff going on in Africa? Y'all priorities center around us. You guys say that we are the center of the world, or we act like we're the main characters. Y'all have given us that title. We didn't ask for it. We didn't brag about it or even say we wanted it. You all, by your behavior, have given us the title of the main characters. We're the main characters because we live rent free in all of you guys' head. That's because of you guys. Because you guys can't focus on yourselves more than you focus on us. You all have done that. So as we're realigning our priorities, you all need to be, for the first time almost ever, properly aligning your priorities. But we'll wrap things up there. I know BX, you got to go, so we'll get to the last couple of speakers, give them their closing statements, and let's go.
Yeah, I was gonna be real quick, brother Afro, and then I'll shut my mouth. First and foremost, I travel the world, and I've never seen a Pan Africanist anywhere other than America. And I wanted to leave y'all with a little scholarship about Pan Africanism from the spaces. I wanted to find out where Pan Africanism came from, and I found out it came from Marcus, not Marcus Garvey. Dang it, what's the guy's name? Oh Lord, Martin Delaney. And Martin Delaney, I dug up the bones on him and found out Martin Delaney was a major in the United States Army in the 1800s. That's something we just didn't do. And anybody who served in any capacity knows when you become an officer, going up in the ranks is real political, especially as a captain and above. Captain's right below major. And not only was he a major in the U.S. Army back then, he was the first black man to go to Harvard Medical School. Let's not even talk about how political Harvard is. Well, I found a little bit of scholarship on him that gave me the key. Martin Delaney had two African parents, or I think he had at least one African parent. I think it was two, but he was foundational Black American because he was here before the 1870 census. But anyway, long story short, Martin Delaney was doing a partnership between the U.S. government and those tribal African chiefs that sold us. Martin Delaney's impetus, his whole intention was to get Black Americans to go back to Africa, which was somewhere that he had cultural continuity with. And Frederick Douglass and him, they were friends. They argued about this all the time. Frederick Douglass was like, no, we're American. This is our homeland. So I'm saying all that to say that from my research and other people's research, Pan-Africanism has always been associated with government operatives. I think it's an operation to try to separate our identity from the country that we created, which is this United States of America. On that, brother, I'm out of here.
Loud engine. This brother about to start racing. He on the track right now. Okay, I see
Oh
you.
no!
He said, "I'm out of here," and you heard the engine rev. That's a cool exit, brother. I respect it. He said, "I'm out of here." You heard the engine
So,
Clean
rev. That's
engine.
cold. I ain't mad at it,
Yeah.
brother. Okay, I
That
see
was
you.
mic
Oh
You
drop.
man.
left in style. That's what's up. Okay.
Yeah.
he was too fast, too furious.
Yes.
Okay, I see you. Okay, so we'll get to unwritten. You can give your final statements, then Bantu room, and then we'll close out there.
Yeah, I just want to say, tell everybody, pay attention to the unity narrative. Pay attention to when they're coming with, this is divisive. These are all very, very trigger words that they are intentionally using to be manipulative because they know they're only using it to get Black Americans to not actually respond, but also to not change course. Right now, the status quo, it benefits everyone else but us. That's why our communities are in the current situations because we have been benefiting everyone else but us. And so the unity, we're all Black, we're, all in this together, this is divisive. These are code words that they have used to basically get us to be like, okay, like deactivate. You know what I mean? So pay attention to when those come up because when they're talking about Black Americans, you will never see it. You will never see them say unity and you'll see Black Americans siding with the bashing because that's what Pan-Africanism has done to our people. It has instilled an anti-Black Americanness even within our own people, that they would side with other groups of people bashing us. Bashing their own people. So understand that's what this mentality and this ideology does. It is specifically anti-Black American, but it needs Black Americans to feast off of. So you need to keep this particular balance in order to maintain them being able to have access, honestly, to this nation and the benefits that they have, because they know it came from us. And they also know it is retained by us. We don't fight for any of the things that benefit them. It goes away. Nobody is going to be fighting for them because we're the only ones who did. So understand that it is a very strange dynamic that we currently have with the diaspora. And I don't even think the diaspora actually truly exists. That's also, a part of this Pan-Africanism that they created in order to try and attach themselves to us. But notice it. Just keep in mind when these talking points are presented. It's specifically from when Black Americans are responding to disrespect. And it's also why they have an issue with FBA. They have an issue with FBA because they want to continue to maintain disrespecting our lineage. They don't want us to be able to identify as ethnicity because they cannot attach themselves to that. And FBA, it threatens that. So they're going to be making panels and lives and trying to make FBA be everything other than what it is so that they can continue to maintain status quo. But we don't benefit from that. And so when you start to ask yourself with all of these groups that we're connected with, people of color, being quote unquote minorities, Black and brown unity, all this Pan-Africanism, when you ask yourself, how have we benefited from all of these connections that we're supposed to have? The answer is we haven't. But we've still maintained these ideologies and these coalitions, even though they have not been beneficial to us. But it's been very beneficial to everyone else. So understand that that's a reason where there's a lot of vitriol towards FBA. And this is something that it's naturally going to course correct as we continue to host these lives. So shout out to everybody. And I can land there.
All right. Yes, indeed. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Like I said, the second we start doing what we're supposed to be doing, just even thinking the way we're supposed to be thinking. If we think the way we're supposed to think, then we'll do what we're supposed to do. And if we do what we're supposed to do, the results will come. It's a guarantee. It's a guarantee. Bantu room, you got it.
I'll keep it short and sweet because my background is a little loud. But love you guys. Keep doing what you do. I'm in full support. And as far as the unity thing, it only comes up again when y'all wanna speak up for yourselves and defend yourselves against the unwarranted and unprovoked, okay, behavior. And then they want to say we got bigger fish to fry. Okay, well, why is it 1.8 billion people over there ain't spearheading this fish fry? What is it that the Black Americans that represent 2.5% of the entire African population can do that they cannot do for themselves? Like, let's just be so for real. And again, we got bigger fish to fry, bigger fish to fry. First thing Black immigrants do when they come over here is quote unquote assimilate and call it survival. No, you're legitimizing white teeth friend. But anyway, I'm on the stairmaster. I'm out of breath. Bye.
All right, you have a good one. All right. Um, thank you for that. And BX, thank you for your patience. Foundation, you got anything? Any final words?
Yeah,
I know
yeah.
BX has got to go. She gonna
I
dash out of
know.
here the second we close this out.
I know. I
So my,
got you.
my
Yeah.
interviewees are in the chat, so they
Oh
understand. But we're
no!
all
Oh
excited,
my
and we
bad.
want you to
I'm so
come through, Afro. I would be honored if you came and sat with us, even if for 5 minutes. Just come grace
Yeah.
us with your presence.
got you.
Marshall, too. Thank you.
I appreciate you. So what I'm gonna say is, at the end of the day, there's no hate, vitriol, jealousy that we have towards anyone. Like I said earlier, we are the epitome of love, right? As you see, shout outs to Ben Two Room up here that should, she kept it real. We about people being real and being honest. So we have nothing against anyone, but what we're not gonna do is be the carpet for the world to walk on anymore, right? Because for the last 65 years, we've been pouring to everyone cups without empty cups for the last 65 years. And now what we're saying is for the first time in 65 years, we're going to pour into our own empty cups. And that's all right because a lot of people made their own group economics and their enclaves, right? Little Guyana in Queens, right? Little Haiti in Brooklyn, right? Little Ghana in the Bronx, little Senegal, Harlem, and all throughout the 50 states, they have their own little enclave where they separate away from us and hire their own friends and family. So it's never been a unity, we all one. It's called social unity, economic warfare. So socially is all love, but economically they separate and detach themselves from Black Americans, and then gaslight you and say, "Oh, we all one and we all in unity." That's not what we're going to do from now on. We are not going to take the disrespect. We are not going to allow people to just undermine and say things from now on, and we're going to twiddle our fingers. If you don't like the response, don't do the action. It's really that simple. We don't bother nobody. We don't go out our way to bother people. We mind our American business. Matter of fact, that's why a lot of people don't know geopolitics, because we mind our American business. so so that's the thing. It's like it's only when people come out their way to undermine and say things is when we start now, we gotta put you in your back pockets. So I'm not gonna be too long with it, but my thing is when it come down to it, what we have to do honestly is do our own group economics is because they've been separated, delineated, and we the last one to delineate. To be honest with you, they've been separated with their little enclave. So we gotta do our own group economics. 85-15, 85% of your average monthly income outside of savings and outside of utilities go to Black American owned businesses. And then the 15%, now you can get your little Aki and Soulfish, your little Chinese food, but 85% must go to Black American owned businesses. And watch how that chart flip from the bottom of the totem pole, quote unquote, to the top in 24 hours. I love y'all. Black Americans, we on top 1,000. Let's get it. Love y'all. Peace.
Love you too. Black Americans on top right now. Black Americans on top right now. Afro, this was a good live. I know I
Yes.
said a part two. However, I think this should just be we said what we said. And IBX is saying boycott because you got to change the mindset. You can't, if you continue paying them and supporting them, giving them billions in revenue, all they're going to do is keep up the actions. The women who came here or whoever came here and talked about how when we walk in their restaurants, what they how they treat us, the eye rolls and this and that, and yeah, they're rude. But this is what we don't have to pay for that behavior. Don't act like they the only ones that make oxtails, okay? Even the Latinos make oxtails in their shops. But we had Sunday dinners. I remember my mama making oxtails. We just use different seasoning. That's where I'm at with it, right? And we can have individual relationships. They got to be riders, though. And I don't like the fact that they kind of get on people who have bi ethnic children. It shows at one time that we were Pan African. We didn't want to date out of our race, right? Maybe I'm just a little, I don't know what the correct word is. But we're in a different space and time. Just because we have children with another ethnic group does not mean we throw our lineage under the bus. Because we're in our land that our ancestors are being exploited and continuously being exploited, and they are exploiting them with the things they do to us. We don't have to stand for that just because we have bi-ethnic children. We have to teach our children how to stand on lineage business. Thank you.
All right. Thank you guys for that. This has been a good day. This has been a good live. We've had a lot of, and so many people wanted to speak. We couldn't get to everybody because I kept cycling people through because everybody was just, they were so passionate about the subject. Shout out to all of the speakers. Shout out to all of the gifters. Shout out to everybody out here. If you guys want to listen to the playback of this, go to For the Culture and you guys can listen to the playback of this. If you guys missed it, we've been on here cooking for hours. So if you guys missed it, you guys go to For the Culture, subscribe so you guys don't miss it, okay? Because it's going to be there. With that being
I
said,
didn't ask you when you're coming back. Afro, when are you coming back
We need a
live on
part two.
TikTok again?
I thought you forgot about that. I was going to hit you up later. I'm all like, BX forgot about that. Normally that's the first thing she had, but okay, she didn't. Damn, she don't miss, do she?
You know what?
She does not miss, Lord.
You gotta do
Okay.
this again too, brother, because you got like 5 ops right now still in the request box that want to come
Yeah, I
up.
know.
So you gotta do this. You gotta do
Oh
this.
It's too much.
God.
We've
Is it
been
a
here for
part two?
hours.
It's not I said what I said, Afro.
Nah, it gotta be a part 2.
And you gotta come, Marshall. I need your insight.
All right, all
Well,
right,
Yes.
we'll discuss that. We'll discuss that. I'm
all
not gonna
right.
Okay.
say yay or nay, but we'll discuss that. But we'll wrap things up here. I might have some time Monday.
Do I have something to do? I'm gonna be out in the morning, but I'll be back by afternoon. I'm gonna say shout out to my foundational Black Americans. I received a donation that will pay for some classes in media. So, foundational Black Americans, we gotta support our own. We have to fund ourselves while we're at a disadvantage in banking and things like that. We can do it. We did it. We ain't need them before these past 60 years, right? Their numbers didn't add value to us. They only decreased certain aspects of us. But remember the spirit of group economics that we had for each other. And thank you to Foundational. Thank you to Afro. They support me without fail. I love you guys for real. Peace, love, light, and reparations to my foundational Black Americans, my American Indians, and those of the lineage, even if you don't identify as such. You are my people. I love y'all for real.
Much love.
Well, have a
Much
good night.
love. Good night.